Good morning, good
Recording in
afternoon, and
progress.
good evening. Distinguished delegates, we made very good progress in our meeting yesterday. I trust we can continue this today. As our first item today, I would like us to adopt the draft of the second report of Committee A. I shall therefore give the floor to our reporter, Professor Dimitrov, who will read the report in question. Professor Dimitrov, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Second report of Committee A. Draft. Committee A held its 8th and 9th meetings on 28th of May 2021, chaired by Dr. Adriana Maria Paraguay. It was decided to recommend to the 74th World Health Assembly the adoption of the attached decision and resolution relating to the following agenda items. Pillar 1, 1 billion more people benefiting from universal health coverage. Agenda item 13, the review of and update on matters considered by the Executive Board. Agenda item 13.1, global action on patient safety. One decision. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dimitrov. I understand the committee is willing to adopt this report to read out. Are there any objections? I see no one. The report is adopted. We will now return to the agenda item 13, review of and update on matters considered by the Executive Board under Pillar 1. 1 million more people benefiting from universal health coverage, sub-items 13.4, Global Strategy on Plan of Action on Public Health, Innovation and Intellectual Property, 15.6, Substandard and Falsified Medical Products, and 13.7, Standardization of Medical Devices Nomenclature. When we closed our meeting yesterday, there were still many members stay with their hands raised. Could you please raise your hand again, now to indicate you wish to speak? I would like to now give the floor to the moderator to manage the list of speakers. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je souhaite maintenant inviter le Vietnam à prendre la parole, suivi par le Liban.
Honorable Président,
Distinguished President, Distinguished President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last few years, there have been a number of strong and efficient actions that have been taken to increase the quality of medicines on the market and improve public health. On the base of testing that we've done, our quality control system has been able to get some 49,000 different test samples to check the quality, and we've been able to decrease in a significant way the amount of inferior quality medicines. Those below 2% or 0.1% of the medicines that are falsified, we've removed. So they are as follows. First of all, we have worked through legislation, regulation, and literature, and we've created a 2011-2018 document. This allows us to improve the quality of medicines as well as work with regulatory authorities and different companies to prevent low-quality medicines from reaching the market. Second of all, we have inspections that are programmed, and we also increase monitoring of the market after commercialization. We are working with customs to ensure oversight and that there is a strict following of the rules, and that anyone who infringes the rules is, of course, stopped. We have different quality control centers, and we're trying to improve the quality of our testing samples. Fourthly, we're coordinating with different media organizations to ensure that people understand what the danger of falsified medicines are and to take preventative measures in terms of communication. Fifthly, we're coordinating with different national agencies and national bodies and of different countries to exchange information about falsified medicines that might be on the market. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Je vous remercie, Vietnam.
I thank you, Vietnam. I would now like to give the floor to Lebanon, to be followed by Spain. Distinguished delegate of Lebanon, you have the floor. Could you please start again, madam? It seems we had some technical difficulties.
Esteemed Chair, members of the WHA, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean region, I would like to appreciate the efforts of the Secretariat in preparation of the report on the Global Strategy and Plan of Action on Public Health, Innovation and Intellectual Property, in addition to the draft resolution on strengthening local production of medicines and other health technologies to improve access. We appreciate WHO MRO's support of 17 COVID-19 research grants in 7 EMR states during 2020, 14 migration health research grants in 10 EMR states during 2021, and the GAP Accelerator 6 R&D Innovation and Access, a regional survey on health innovations. We look forward to outcomes of such studies in support of COVID-19 response in the EMR. Countries are committed to become active in supporting the global strategy and plan of action. We would also like to take this opportunity to shed light that substandard and falsified medical products pose a significant danger to public health in our region. The COVID-19 pandemic, unfortunately, has contributed to their proliferation. Substandard and falsified medical products from all main therapeutic categories have been reported to WHO, including medicines, vaccines, and in vitro diagnostics. Therefore, adequate control over the supply chain of medicines in MR countries is needed. Field detection technologies and legal measures to control advertisement and sale of substandard and falsified medical products should be developed in member states. We acknowledge the report of the Director General on the 8th and 9th meetings of the member state mechanism on substandard and falsified medical products. We request the Secretariat to continue facilitating exchange of experiences at all levels regarding substandard and falsified medical products, support in identifying gaps in national legislations and regulatory structures, and strengthening national regulatory authorities. Finally, we would like to underscore the importance of medical devices in health service provision and their fundamental role to progress towards the 1 billion goals of WHO's 13th General Program of Work. In the Eastern Mediterranean region, several naming systems for medical devices exist. This multiplicity of systems hampers communication, management, and regulation of medical devices, and therefore their access. It is important that a unified global nomenclature system be put in place. Such classification would support patient safety, improve procurement and supply management, ensure faster regulatory process, improve post-marketing surveillance, allow comparisons and measurement of medical device availability and access assessment. While acknowledging the Secretariat's fundamental role in ensuring access to affordable, appropriate, and good quality safe medical devices, we request WHO to provide support in international classification, coding, and nomenclature, and its application at country level. Thank you.
Je remercie le Liban.
I thank Lebanon. Now Spain has the floor, to be followed by the Republic of Tanzania. Spain, please, you have the floor.
L'Espagne, vous avez la parole. Honorable délégué,
Distinguished delegate, we apologize, we have technical difficulties. We will come back to you very soon. Now I invite the United Republic of Tanzania to take the floor, to be followed by Canada, please.
République unie de Tanzanie, vous avez la parole.
Tanzania, please.
The United Republic of Tanzania is committed in recognizing the importance of prioritizing equitable access to health products in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal and universal health coverage. We are encouraged to see the draft of Red Map describing the activities, action, and deliverable for strengthening local production of medicine and other health technologies. Tanzania is largely relying on importation of medicine and other health technologies to meet this demand. more than 80% of our demands for essential medicine are imported. As the wars continue with the fight against COVID-19, we note with concern that low and middle-income countries continue to face huge challenge in accessing medical products, and thus we must act to end this inequality. We align ourselves with the developed roadmap. Consequently, we have started local production of some medical supplies and commodities, which are in high demand during pandemic, including masks, sanitizers, and coverall. On equity and access to medical products, including vaccine and therapeutics, there is a need to support and promote technology transfer in developing countries, and so we call up for continued collaboration and partnership in improving access to health commodities, including providing waiver to intellectual property rights and also supporting alignment of the national policies and legislation to promote local production. A strong, stable, and well-functioning integrated regulatory system is one of the key enablers for local production, and it provides oversight on of locally produced health products. Tanzania became the first confirmed country in Africa to achieve a well-functioning regulatory system for medical products in 2018, based on WHO Global Banking tool. And in this regard, Tanzania is well placed to boost local production on the African continent as the first country to achieve this status. Madam Chairperson, on standard, substandard, and specified medical products, Tanzania underscores the achievement of activities listed A to H by a member state mechanism, and Tanzania is currently in the process of updating its medicine law and regulation to include the provision related to advertisement and selling of medicine on the internet. When these are enacted, this provision will give legal mandates to authorize and regulate such new business model in the pharmaceutical sector and carry out enforcement activities in cyberspace, and hence facilitating reducing the incidence of substandard and falsified medicine products. We appreciate the efforts made by the Secretariat for analyzing the existing medical device nomenclature system and propose for WHO to have international nomenclature system that will be available for use by the member state. We believe this will provide solution to the issues related to governance, classification, coding, and nomenclature characteristics, as well as access to information. Specifically, we know...
Honorable délégué, je m'excuse de vous interrompre. Pouvez-vous, s'il vous plaît, parler un petit peu plus doucement pour les interprètes?
Kind to speak a little bit more slowly so that the interpreters can work properly. Thank you very much. You have the floor again, madam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry. And as I was saying that we believe that specifically we note of the report of substandard and falsified medical products and on medical device nomenclature as recommended by the 148th Executive Board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie la République.
I thank the United Republic of Tanzania. I should now invite Spain. No, forgive me. Canada, and then Spain.
Le Canada, vous avez la parole.
Canada, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to thank Ethiopia for its leadership on the local production resolution, which we are pleased to co-sponsor. Canada recognizes the urgent need to scale up efforts to strengthen supply chains and to boost and diversify global COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing capacity, as equitable access to these tools is critical to bringing the current pandemic under control. In the longer term, building expertise and developing local and regional manufacturing capacities for health products can contribute to better and more consistent access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines as a crucial element of universal health coverage. Canada would like to express our support for the continued focus on close collaboration between the WHO, WIPO, and the WTO. We welcome the initiatives undertaken over the past year, including the trilateral workshop in fall 2020 on an integrated approach to health, trade, and IP to address COVID-19. And we look forward to further trilateral collaboration to ensure that the experience and expertise of all three organizations is applied to support member states in our efforts to address COVID-19. Turning to medical devices nomenclature, Canada recognizes the relevance of standardizing international medical devices classification and nomenclature. We appreciate the WHO's presentations at International Medical Devices Regulators Forums meetings, as well as the member state information session that the WHO held in April. Moving forward, Canada recommends that the WHO consider the following three actions. First, complete a comprehensive mapping exercise of the new proposed nomenclature with the existing global medical device nomenclature system and provide the results to member states as soon as possible. We remain concerned that the proposed system is not harmonized with the existing GMDN system, which is free of charge to all member states, used by over 20 national medical device regulators, and recommended by the IMDRF. This mapping will minimize the impact of a duplicate nomenclature system on member states, medical device manufacturers, and other industry stakeholders. 2, undertake a costing exercise. Sustainability is an important consideration for this nomenclature to become and remain useful. The creation of a new nomenclature system will require significant resources, both financial and technical, and Canada requests further details on how this initiative will be adequately funded and maintained to ensure its continued relevance. And 3, engage in broad multi-stakeholder consultations. We urge the WHO to ensure full transparency and involvement of regulators, medical device manufacturers, and industry stakeholders in this process, in the comparative analysis of options, and in the identification of impacts of a new nomenclature, including any technical barriers to trade. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie le Canada.
I thank Canada. I shall now give the floor to Spain, to be followed by Ghana. Spain, you have the floor, please.
We'd like to start by thanking the Secretariat.
Je vous prie de nous excuser.
Distinguished delegate, forgive us, but the connection is not of a good enough quality to allow for interpretation. We'll attempt to return to you later. I would now like to invite Ghana to be followed by Zimbabwe. Ghana, please, you have the floor.
Ghana, vous avez la parole.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ghana aligns its statement with that delivered by Ethiopia on behalf of the 47 African member states. We support the recommendation, we support the resolution on public health and innovation, and we believe access to medicines is a right issue, and it is our belief that health technology assessment as a priority setting that will address true value of technologies. We thank the Secretariat for spearheading efforts to address substandard and falsified medicine by conducting a medicine and quality survey across 6 African countries. Ghana is committed to addressing the issue of substandard medicines that endangers the health of population. Substandard medicines may be contaminated or contain the wrong or negative or not active ingredient. They could have the right active ingredient, but at the wrong dose. Substandard medicines are illegal and may be harmful to the health of the consuming public. Ghana's Food and Drug Authority, with the assistance of donors like the United States Pharmaceutical Convention, the Global Fund, and the WHO, has been conducting market surveillance of medicines on the Ghanaian market to rid the market of substandard and falsified medicines. With the support of USP and FDA, with the support of FDA, they reduce the incidence of substandard and medicines in the Ghanaian market has been reduced to about 39%. Ghana aligns with the recommendations to enhance the quality of medicine production along the implementation of the regional strategy on regulation of medical products in the African region, and other ongoing efforts, including the harmonization of regulatory practices, full procurement of essential health products, and establishment of the African Medicines Agency. We call on all member states to accelerate the ratification of African member states to accelerate the ratification of the African Medicines Agency Treaty as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank Ghana. I now invite Zimbabwe to take the floor, to be followed by Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Zimbabwe aligns its statement to the one delivered by Ethiopia on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO Afro region and thanks the Secretariat for the reports. We wish to express our gratitude to the Secretariat on their work on the global strategy and plan of action on public health, innovation, intellectual property. We believe that the building and improving of innovative capacity, including for local production, transfer of technology, and mobilization of resources for research and development, management of intellectual property to promote public health, and improving delivery and access is relevant now more than ever in the context of the pandemic. In this regard, we call on Secretariat to continue and enhance their efforts in this important work. We note with concern that the implementation plan to guide further action asserts that despite the progress made in certain aspects of both innovation and access since 2008, many of the challenges that first led to the development of the global strategy and plan of action persist. We wish to stress in that regard the importance of the effective implementation of the strategy, including. We also note that the importance of the establishment of systems to monitor the performance and progress of the strategy as part of the implementation plan, including periodic comprehensive evaluations. Chair, Zimbabwe is the co-sponsor of the resolution strengthening local production of medicine and other health technologies to improve access. And in that regard, Zimbabwe has since developed capacities to produce sanitizers and personal protective equipment. We thank Ethiopia for tabling and leading negotiations on this resolution. We believe that this resolution is very pertinent and timely, and it supports its adoption. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the critical need to prepare for potential disruptions of the supply chain for essential medicines and other health technologies, especially strengthening of local production. We also believe that the integration of local production into overall health systems strengthening can contribute to sustainable access to quality assured, safe, effective and affordable medicines and other health technologies, help to prevent or address medical product shortages, achieving universal health coverage and strengthening of national health emergency preparedness and response and minimizing public health hazards. We thank you, Chair.
Je remercie le Zimbabwe.
I thank Zimbabwe. I should now give the floor to Colombia, to be followed by Cuba.
Good day. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As we have said on previous opportunities, for Colombia, the application of the global strategy is essential so that we can adapt to the current situation in terms of access to medicines, and it will help to look at the role of intellectual property in terms of benefiting development. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the progress made in the framework, the review framework, and we agree that this must be considered a priority in the future. If we look at the achievements that we've made so far, we would like to call on accelerated progress which is needed in terms of meeting the recommendations of the committee and that meet the indicators that were set out for each indication. So it's important that we share widely the information on this action and the products between all member states. The efficient and timely implementation of these recommendations is essential for COVID-19, and so we've seen the need to strengthen research and development on medicines and vaccines in order to strengthen equitable access. So we recognize the resolution on the strengthening of local production of medicines and other health technologies in order to improve access, which will be a major contribution, not only in meeting the goals of the global strategy on public health, innovation and intellectual property, but it will also be a valuable tool to help us tackle the current and future health emergencies. And that is why we have joined in supporting this. COVID-19 vaccines are recognized as a global public health good, and so we need to ensure we find innovative ways of having fair and equitable access. And we need to look at matters such as transfers of technology and technical assistance. The pandemic has shown that equitable access to vaccines and medical products is still a faraway dream, and we must ensure that countries can have closer and quicker access to these products. So it's important that we promote initiatives that help in strengthening the availability of these products and in improving local production, transfer across markets, and strengthening the regulatory authorities and ensuring that there is affordable access and access to technology transfer. I'd also like to mention that we need to guarantee financial resources so that we can implement the global strategy and action plan on public health, innovation and intellectual property this year and next year. Thank you.
Je remercie la Colombie.
I thank Colombia.
I thank Colombia.
La parole à Cuba.
I now give the floor to Cuba, followed by the plurinational state of
Cuba, vous avez la parole.
Cuba. You have the floor.
Gracias. Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome the proposed text on the local production of medicines, which will guarantee equitable access not only to medicines, but equipment, medical devices and supplies, always on the basis of the regulatory frameworks established which allow their security. In the case of Cuba, this has been crucial in the area of capacities in terms of infrastructure, organization and human resources within our national health system. The development of the medical, pharmaceutical and biotechnological industry means that 64% of the medicines which are part of our basic framework and their novel products are applied throughout the system. This allows us to use these technologies right from the primary care level, and they are part of our integrated care system, and we include equipment, supplies and diagnostic materials within that, which facilitates access for the population and provides a better quality of life. This includes 8 vaccines which are produced nationally, and we also have 2 therapeutic vaccines for lung cancer. The COVID-19 pandemic has faced us with an extraordinary challenge, both in terms of the Cuban healthcare professionals and scientists. 85% of products used in the treatment protocol are national, and 5 candidate vaccines were developed. 2 of them are in phase 3 of clinical trial and the other 3 in phase 1 and 2. Cuba has a regulatory agency, a WHO collaborating center and a reference point for the region, which ensures that there is quality, effectiveness and security of these products. And therefore, we have put emphasis on the technological sovereignty in the production of vaccines, medicines and supplies. We need greater collaboration in research, innovation and development so that we can share experiences and work in a manner full of solidarity for the transfer of technologies and the strengthening of capacities at all levels. Thank you. Thank you. I thank Cuba, and I now give the floor to the plurinational state of Bolivia, followed by South Africa.
État national.
Go ahead, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Bolivia would like to strengthen its commitment to guaranteeing health for the whole population, and we have given high priority to equal access to COVID-19 vaccines and essential medicines which are efficient, safe and of quality at the right moment. Whilst we welcome the COVAX mechanism's efforts, we think we have not been achieving what was set out, and we need to have greater commitments from member states so that we can guarantee access to vaccines for all countries, leaving no one behind. Bolivia would like to highlight the importance of promoting local production of medicines with technical assistance for the production of essential medicines and working on international quality, which is affordable, so that they are available both in the public and private sectors, and that's why we co-sponsor the resolution on local production and technology transfer. We think it is lamentable that the access to medicines is often linked to a pricing that is not transparent and which doesn't benefit humans. And so we need to work greater on working on fair pricing so that the prices are not just set at what the market can take. We need to think about the high costs of medicines, which is a great barrier to access to medicines. And we'd like to repeat that Bolivia fully supports the proposal to waive the intellectual property patents on vaccines and treatments. it's only by guaranteeing equal access to vaccines and medicines that we can eradicate the pandemic and cope in the future with similar challenges. Thank you.
Je remercie les...
Thank you to the plurinational state of Bolivia. I now give the floor to South Africa, to be followed by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. You have the floor, South Africa.
Good morning, Madam Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretariat for the work on the report on Global Strategy and Plan of Action and aligns itself with the statement presented by Ethiopia on behalf of the 47 member states of the African region. The need for availability, accessibility, acceptability and affordability of health products of assured quality to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular target 3.8.1, cannot be underestimated. This global strategy is important now more than ever, as COVID-19 has exposed unequal access to vaccines, diagnostics, and other tools to curb the pandemic, resulting in low and middle income countries lagging behind. Therefore, facilitation of equitable access to vaccines and other health products and commodities through local manufacturing capacity becomes key and will contribute towards continental and global readiness to deal with current and future pandemics. South Africa welcomes the work done by the WHO Afro region in collaboration with the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, and the African Intellectual Property Organization, AIPO, on an analysis of the role of intellectual property rights in health innovation and access to medical products. The findings are that there's very little patenting activity of pharmaceutical products from African countries, since the top sources of health-related patents registered at ARIPO and AIPO were mostly from high-income countries, and the top 3 disease categories covered HIV and AIDS, cardiovascular diseases, and cancer. We also appreciate WHO's support on clinical trials, which resulted in 14 countries issuing marketing authorizations for over 89 herbal medicine products that met international and national requirements for registration, and over 43 have been included in national essential medicine lists. These products are now part of the arsenal to treat patients with a wide range of diseases. As part of efforts to find therapies for COVID-19, we appreciate the collaboration between WHO Afro Region, Africa CDC, Africa Union Commission for Social Affairs, and Regional Expert Advisory Committee on Traditional Medicine. We also note and welcome the establishment of the Regional Expert Advisory for COVID, and South Africa would like to express support of the draft resolution on strengthening local production to improve access. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, South Africa. I now will give the floor to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, followed by Austria. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates. The UK supports the Global Strategy and Plan of Action on Public Health, Innovation and Intellectual Property. We believe it provides the right balance in promoting innovation while supporting access. We remain committed to improving access to safe, effective, quality and affordable medicines and other essential health technologies as part of our unwavering commitment to achieving the SDGs, including universal health coverage, ending the preventable deaths of mothers, newborns and children, and helping keep people safe from health threats such as COVID-19. The G7 Foreign Development Ministers' Equitable Access and Collaboration Statement under this year's UK presidency commits to working together to pursue high-quality, safe, effective and affordable vaccines, therapeutics and diagnostics that can be produced quickly. The UK was pleased to join as a co-sponsor with strengthening local production of medicines and other health technologies to improve access resolution, and thanks Ethiopia for their leadership on this issue. The resolution tackles a key enabler for improved access, particularly for low and lower middle income countries. Regarding the standardization of devices nomenclature, There have been some helpful recent updates on this topic, and we appreciate WHO's commitment to keep Member States informed. We would like to see more proactive engagement on the technical detail and specific use cases. It is apparent that regulators, industry, healthcare providers, and device registries, for example, have different needs, require different structure and granularity in their terminologies. We believe that there remain technical limitations which make the CND unsuitable for certain applications. The analysis of existing nomenclatures by the WHO is also of particular interest to us, and we remain interested in whether other nomenclature providers have been given an opportunity to respond to WHO's analysis of their suitability and to propose new ways to engage with stakeholders. Medical device regulators and around the world recognized the need for harmonized nomenclature many years ago, and GMDN was established to meet that need. Although WHO has set out some different principles from those underpinning GMDN, the technical requirement is likely to be very similar. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I now give the floor to Austria, to be followed by Malaysia. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you. Austria aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and its member states. Chair, as the COVID-19 pandemic has pushed countries all over the world to their limits, we should use the current crisis as an opportunity for reflection on how to best strengthen our resilience and optimize our crisis response. To improve access to quality-assured, safe, effective and affordable medicines and other health technologies, different approaches are needed. They include building capacity for local production, improving the transparency of markets for medicines, vaccines and other health products, and cooperation initiatives between member states. There is a toolbox of different policies which can contribute to sustainable access to medicines and other health technologies. It can help preventing or addressing shortages, make progress towards universal health coverage, and strengthen national health emergency preparedness and response. These policies need to be aligned to country particularities, such as the healthcare system, demography, and income. Encouraging local production can be one supportive policy approach as part of a mix of measures. Even for high-income countries like Austria, local production may be one possibility to address shortages and non-availability of essential and needed medicines. The recently approved pharmaceutical strategy for Europe also relates to the importance to assess in some situations whether manufacturing capacity for certain critical medicines may be required in the EU from the perspective of public health and crisis preparedness. Austria supports as co-sponsor the adoption of the resolution on strengthening local production of medicines and other health technologies to improve access. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Austria. I now give the floor to Malaysia, followed by Egypt. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia wish to address the item 13.6. Malaysia takes note of the Director General's report for products. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to increased substandard and falsified medical product cases, especially products for COVID-19 treatment and vaccines. The Secretary of Substandard and Falsified Medical Products plays an essential role as a coordination center that assists member states with appropriate and effective reporting mechanisms. Malaysia is committed to support the work plan and prioritize activities of the WHO member state mechanism on substandard and falsified medical products. I thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. I now give the floor to Egypt, to be followed by Spain.
Madam President, we have always focused on the availability of good quality medicines and medical devices throughout the world, taking into account the challenges, of course, linked with intellectual property rights. We are committed to implement the objectives related to health, and it is necessary to make available medical products which are safe and which are at a reasonable price. Since for two months now, Egypt has been setting up a way to work on this, and that underscores the importance of this subject and ensuring also universal health coverage. Taking ownership of production and manufacturing of medicines at a local level and ensuring availability of medical products. In this regard, we support the draft resolution which has been tabled as part of this session. Madam, the pandemic has shed light on the need to protect global public health. Here we can see the importance of providing vaccines, needed medicines, and of course diagnostics. On the other hand, the pandemic has also laid bare the fact that many developing countries in the world depend fully on imported vaccines and medicines. Currently, delivery is taking a long time, and so we need to accelerate it in order to be able to face this pandemic. It's difficult for those countries to protect their people, and that is a threat, therefore, to global health. We would ask that the WHO set up policies, national integrated policies, to improve health conditions. We also need to strengthen intellectual property and transfer technology, which would allow us to support innovation in the health sector. Madam, the COVID-19 pandemic offers us an unprecedented opportunity in terms of public health. With regard to the SDGs, we will only arrive at the SDGs if we work together through solidarity and ensure public health. Thank you very much.
Je remercie l'Égypte.
Thank you, Egypt. I now invite Spain to take the floor, followed by Azerbaijan. Spain, you have the floor. Distinguished Chair, distinguished colleagues, we'd like to start by expressing our thanks to the Member States mechanism on substandard, falsified and medical products. We are at a point of pandemic crisis when it's more important than ever that medical products, including vaccines and in vitro diagnostic tools, are sufficient quality to meet the needs for which they are purposed. Member States are carrying out efforts to protect their populations, and we must above all avoid the suffering brought by substandard and falsified medical products. In these conditions, it's essential to maintain a functioning network of surveillance, early warning and alert on dangerous products. So one of the activities in the mechanism, which has been updating of the focal points of member states that inform the GSMS is essential. There has been a setting up of a working group for Activity B to maintain and expand this network, allowing for member states to detect early the threats in the form of medicines and diagnostic products that are insufficient. This network has served to detect false vaccines for COVID-19 and products for diagnosis. We invite member states on ensuring there is a focal point with the necessary knowledge and resources to manage these notifications. Amongst the other lines of activities, we would like to highlight Activity H, which looks at the identification, development of strategies to tackle distribution of substandard products via internet. The main aim of this group is to develop guidelines on strategies to help regulatory authorities on a national and regional level to tackle this problem. This is a threat which is widely recognized and represents the main risk for citizens in many member states and their exposure to medical products of substandard and falsified quality. Very often, the lack of a suitable legal framework, the lack of experience and knowledge can create a problem, given that outsourcing of these types of sales can have a major impact. So we would like to extend the work to prevent these type of sales on a global level. Thank you.
Je remercie l'Espagne.
Thank you, Spain. Azerbaijan is no longer on the line, and we have no further requests for the floor from member states. We will now I would like to give the floor to Azerbaijan, who has raised their hand once more. You have the floor, Azerbaijan.
Distinguished Chairperson, distinguished colleagues, we highly value the report and the contribution made by the WHO to the issue of falsified and substandard medical products and medicines. Azerbaijan is committed to the global strategy of the WHO on equitable access to intellectual property and has been implementing a continuous policy to ensure that people can get high quality medical services and medicines as well as vaccines. We are facing, just as many of those here, the issue of a high share of cost of expenditures on medicines and medical devices within our budget. We are attaching high attention to the expenditures for medicines and immunobiological agents, which has allowed us to reduce a number of our costs. Here in our republic, we have a legislative system and a quality control system to ensure the high imported and all the immunobiological agents, and that protects the market from low quality or substandard or falsified products. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Je remercie
Thank you, Azerbaijan. I would now like to give the floor to Indonesia, to be followed by Sudan. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Indonesia aligns with the statement made by Costa Rica on CTAP. The review panel of the GSPOA-PHI has highlighted the importance of promoting and strengthening regional and national production capacity of medicine and other health technology. The current COVID-19 pandemic has further crystallized the critical needs for rapid access to affordable and quality medical and technological countermeasures. The reliance on a handful of manufacturers for critically needed medical products has prevented the much needed supply and negatively affecting low and middle income countries the most. In regard, we co-sponsor and strongly support the draft resolution on strengthening local production of medicine and other health technology. We also welcome the various initiatives in facilitating local manufacturing, such as the Manufacturing Task Force, CTAP, and Tech Transfer Hub, as well as the upcoming World Local Production Forum as a means to provide robust discussion and concrete implementation in line with the recommendation of the GSPOA-PHI. Chair, as a member of the steering committee of the Member State Mechanism, MSM, on substandard and falsified medical products, SFMP, Indonesia has been actively taking steps to battle the distribution of SFMP. This is to further ensure the quality and safety of the medical products. This is the key. Particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to increase awareness of COVID-19 vaccine falsification risk, as well as strengthening the track and trace systems. We have also equipped COVID-19 vaccine with a 2D barcode to monitor its distribution. Further, Indonesia has established regulation for internet sales of the medical product, particularly to monitor and control the distribution of a COVID-19 related product via the internet. Indonesia also commits to being actively involved in PENJIA 14 to combat the sale of illicit medicines and medical products with COVID-19 tools. On medical devices, Indonesia has developed and implemented to the nomenclature to medical devices in reference to the global medical devices nomenclature, with some adjustment for harmonization with the Asian Medical Devices Directive. Therefore, Indonesia acknowledges the importance of global harmonization and standardization of medical devices nomenclature, but various systems utilized by member states must also be considered. Therefore, Indonesia supports the effort by the Secretariat to keep member states updated on any related developments on this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now invite Sudan to take the floor. Sudan, you have the floor.
Action on public health, innovation, and intellectual property in our national health policy and strategy to promote innovative thinking, improve access to health services and medicine, and enhance sustainable needs and context-based evidence generation for development. Sudan values and stresses the importance of research and evidence generation in determining needs and possible solutions to health problems within our national context, and the role of knowledge sharing from countries with similar challenges in supporting our drive to improve public health in Sudan. We face many challenges, chief among which is research financing and lack of coordination between national research institutes and suitable international entities. Sudan calls on the international community, development partners, and donors to establish lasting partnerships and collaborations with the national institutes in Sudan in order to strengthen our national capacity, our responsiveness to local needs, and expand our research network in order to actively contribute to the international development agenda. While in Sudan the prices of medicine are rapidly increasing, they simultaneously become scarce. Therefore, Sudan commenced a review of laws and governance in the pharmaceutical sector. Unfortunately, however, the health sector is already heavily burdened by the high inflation rate and COVID-19 constraints. Sudan calls on the international community to facilitate emergency supply of essential medicines, support enhancing the local production capacity and transfer of technologies, and build long-term collaboration with major international producers. Sudan recognizes the importance of local production of medical products to solve supply availability concerns for the long term, as well as having sustainable solutions to improve access to public health and medical services. Sudan introduced policy incentives for the local production of medicines and has many medical enterprises in operation. In an ever-progressing world, however, we face the challenges of needing more advanced technology in medical production and the effect of medical waste products on the environment. Finally, we reaffirm Sudan's commitment to support the intergovernmental effort to advance public health, innovation, and intellectual property, and we very much value the support extended by WHO various offices to Sudan's health sector. Sudan's National Medicine and Poisons Board has adopted the global medical device nomenclature with a prepared
सर इनका लेआउट वहाँ से स्लाइड दे रहा है सर यस सर उनका लेआउट सर लेफ्ट में उन्होंने कर रखा है
Honourable Delegate from Sudan, we will maybe come back to Sudan once they're back online. We were interrupted. Whilst we wait for that, we will continue with the list of intergovernmental organizations.
47 of the Rules of Procedures of the World Health Assembly concerning the representatives of the United Nations and of other intergovernmental organizations, I would now like to give the floor to South Center. South Center, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The South Center statement refers to Agenda Item 13.4, advancing the implementation of the recommendations of the Global Strategy and Plan of Action on Public Health, Innovation, and Intellectual Property is critical. Efforts must be redoubled to ensure that the prioritized recommendations of the period 2021 to 2022 are fully delivered with the necessary resource allocation. The WHO proposed implementation plan does not go far enough. It only describes some of the activities that the WHO Secretariat will advance. There are no specific actions advanced from member states or other stakeholders, in contrast to the Global Plan of Action. If member states and other relevant stakeholders fail to deliver the prioritized recommendations in the stated period, the strategy will need to be extended for the period beyond 2022. Recommendations to the prioritized are those related to improving innovative capacity, including for local production, the effective transfer of technology, and removing obstacles to delivery and access, such as those related to intellectual property protection. The WHO Secretariat should provide regular briefings to timely inform on the implementation, financial allocation, and the integration of recommendations with the implementation of the WHO Roadmap for Access to Medicines, Vaccines, and Other Health Products 2019-2023. The resolution under this agenda recognizes that local production is a conduit to improve timely and affordable access to medical products, a major gap for putting an end to the COVID-19 pandemic. The South Center calls for the WHO Secretariat and all relevant stakeholders to support building capacity for local production in developing countries and allocate the necessary resources. Thank you very much.
I thank you, South Center. Several constituencies of non-state actors in official relations with WHO have requested the floor on this grouping of agenda items. According to the privileges conferred by relationship with the World Health Organization, I have the pleasure in giving the floor to the representative of International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care. You have the floor. International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care is not online. I will therefore move, is online. International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care, you have the floor. We will continue with Médecins Sans Frontières International. Médecins Sans Frontières International, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. MSF welcomes the timely resolution on local production. The structural inequity in the production and supply of life-saving medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics impedes access to medicines. Key causes include the control of intellectual property and technologies by geographically concentrated manufacturers. The resolution recognizes that enhancing local production supports sustainable development goals and ensures sustainable supply chains during public health emergencies. It unequivocally supports price transparency, reaffirming the WHA 72 Transparency Resolution. 3 improvements could strengthen the resolution. First, incorporate new options to facilitate local production in a pandemic and explicitly reference the TRIPS waiver proposal. Second, recognize the limits of voluntary measures. TRIPS flexibilities and government-led measures are critical tools to ensure technology transfer. Notably, high-income member states are already obliged to implement technology transfer under TRIPS. Finally, recognize public investment and production as essential to ensure local production delivers critical health technologies serving public health needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Médecins Sans Frontières International. I now give the floor to Medicine's Patent Pool Foundation.
Thank you, Chair. Medicine's Patent Pool welcomes a resolution on local production. As a public health organization devoted to public health licensing, we reaffirm our commitment to geographically diversify partners, which currently include 21 generic companies across 5 countries. Besides our work on licensing patents, we also explore the feasibility of setting up public health-oriented licensing of technology and know-how transfer agreements, with the goal of supporting development of local or regional production capacity of targeted public health priority technologies, including for COVID-19. We believe in health and economic benefits of public health licensing based on voluntary and mutually agreed terms in support of local production, needs-based innovation, and regulatory system strengthening. We invite our partners to work together towards establishing financially sustainable, quality-assured local production and thereby support health-related targets and broader development objectives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Medicines Patent Pool Foundation. Honorable Délégué du Soudan.
Distinguished Delegate of Sudan, you have the floor. Thank you.
By developing and completing the analysis of existing nomenclature systems, specifically the global medical device nomenclature. Honorable Chair, Sudan has been a prime target for counterfeits due to weaker imports and regulatory infrastructure and the inability of a large portion of the population to widely access expensive drugs. The main challenge facing the National Regulatory Authority in Sudan regarding the control of substandard and falsified medical products is the weak regulatory system in bordering countries, which dampens the efforts exerted by Sudan's National Medicine and Poisons Board. We urge WHO to provide support in creating a computerized network system to facilitate information sharing between member states and encourage collaboration between the region's countries. Thank you.
Je remercie Soudan.
Thank you, Sudan.
Continue with the non-state actors. United States Pharmacopoeia Convention, you have the floor. International Commission on Occupational Health, you have the floor. Union for International Cancer Control, you have the floor.
Many thanks, Chair. Thank you on behalf of UACC and the NCD Alliance. We welcome the draft resolution and urge Member States to ensure access to quality-assured cancer and NCD medicines and diagnostics based on national need and in alignment with national lists for essential medicines and diagnostics. We ask Member States to utilise international support to address capacity building for sustainable procurement and supply chain. We ask you to ease COVID-19 related transport restrictions for controlled medicines for palliative care and consider local production solutions to meet the pandemic-driven demand spikes for controlled medicines. We also ask you to ensure access to and the rational use of antimicrobials in addressing the issue of drug resistance. And finally, we ask Member States to support and implement voluntary price transparency initiatives as are being examined in the Oslo Medicines Initiative. To WHO, we ask that you expand the pre-qualification list to include more cancer medicines, encourage and support or increase awareness of patent databases, and encourage civil society to strengthen access to essential medicines and vaccines and monitor progress towards these deliverables. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The global still not fully implemented. DNDi urges Member States to accelerate action, promote and develop sustainable financing mechanisms to support R&D that separate the price of products from the R&D costs, ensure TRIPS flexibilities are implemented in national legislation, support work on patent pooling, and enact other policies for the pro-access management of IP. Strengthen national, regional, and collaborative regulatory systems. Implement recommendation on transparency of the cost of R&D, which plays a critical role in incentivizing further investment, ensuring fair pricing, and ensuring a public return on public investments. And finally, support the resolution on strengthening local production of medicines and other health technologies, This should be a means of focusing on concrete deliverables such as technology transfer, regulatory capacity strengthening, and sustainable financing. Thank you.
I thank you. I now invite the Global Health Council to take the floor.
Although progress has been made in certain aspects of both innovation and access, many of the challenges that formulated the formulation of the GSPOA and the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed both long-standing shortcomings as well as new challenges. To address the lack of new health products in areas of need, ineffective delivery and supply chain infrastructure, and to ensure faster access to patients to safe, affordable, and effective products, we urge the WHO member states to strengthen the capacity of national and regional regulatory function and systems, including improving late-stage clinical trial regulatory review and oversight, especially in low-income countries. We also call on member states to support the resolution being advanced to strengthen the local production of medicines and health technologies, and call for member states to support regulatory system strengthening, access to sustainable and affordable financing, and development of skilled human resources to bolster manufacturing. Transparency is also key. All data associated with publicly funded R&D should be made publicly available. We urge the WHO, member states, and partners to promote sustainable local production to improve access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines and other health technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Medicus Mundi International Network Health for All.
Thank you, Chair. This Medicus Mundi International's statement is supported by the People's Health Movement. We welcome the report on GSPOA and the draft resolution on strengthening local production of medicine and other health technologies. It is, however, disappointing that full responses of member states to the progress questionnaire are not available. We invite, therefore, the Secretariat to complement the report with an updated status of each indicator. Strengthening collaborative registration, proposed in Recommendation 9, should be supplemented by pathways for public sharing of clinical trial results and associated public funding. Recommendation 14 for a reporting mechanism to facilitate technology transfer calls for a binding mechanism like the PIP framework. Member states must increase and untie their funding to support the WHO work, including the implementation of the GSPOA beyond 2022. We urge member states and the WHO to support the TRIPS waiver proposal to facilitate local production and allow equitable access to COVID-19 health technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Stitching Health Action International.
And intellectual property, GSPOA, as recommended in the last session of the Executive Board. We commend the Secretariat and a few Member States for their long-term commitment to an initiative that remains relevant to respond to current and future health challenges. We are heartened to see that some topics originally addressed by the GSPOA, like the pooling of intellectual property rights, the need for greater transparency of R&D costs, and the realignment of health research priorities, remain part of the conversation and high on the policy agenda at regional and global levels. However, still missing is the coherent and comprehensive implementation of the different elements that make the GSPOA such an appealing and novel approach to improving access to innovation and ensuring that health technologies benefit the most people, regardless of origin or wealth. HAI still believes that the fulfillment of the GSPOA can bring about the necessary changes in the global health architecture. We welcome the proposed resolution on strengthening the local production of medicine and health technologies to improve access.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Your time has elapsed. Thank you very much. I now invite Knowledge Ecology International to take the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you. COVID-19 has demonstrated the urgency to scale manufacturing for vaccines and other health technologies, and illustrated the links between where manufacturing takes place and where and when vaccines are available. The 2020 COVID-19 funding contracts involved billions in direct funding and subsidies for R&D and advanced purchase agreements that de-risked the development of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. Governments retained some, often limited, rights in contracts, but a coordinated approach with robust rights would have enabled the scaling of more decentralized production and lower prices. Unfortunately, the WHO R&D Observatory has not played a more important role in the pandemic. We would like to see a database of relevant R&D funding agreements, IP license agreements, technology transfers and outsourced manufacturing deals, and trial cost data used to evaluate vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite International Association for Hospice and Palliative Care to take the floor. Dear colleague, I apologize, but we are experiencing some technical problems. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, there are no further requests for the floor. I have the pleasure to give the floor back to you.
Thank you. I should now give the floor to Dr. Susan Jacob, Deputy Director General, to lead the Secretariat's response. Dr. Jacob, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, member states, partners, representatives. First of all, let me thank very warmly to member states for the extensive comments and guidance provided on the three topics, which is very much appreciated. We will respond to the issues raised item by item, and we give our replies together with Mariangelo Simao, Assistant Director General, Access to Medicines and Health Products. We start with item 13.4 on the Global Strategy Plan of Action on Public Health Innovations and Intellectual Property. As you said, access to medicines which are affordable, safe, efficacious, and in good quality, as well as access to health products is critical, now more than before, amidst the global pandemic. A major lesson that we have learned from the pandemic is that we have to build resilient and sustainable health systems, of which access to medicines is an integral part. The strategy and action plan that is on the table provides focused recommendations to promote innovations, accelerate transfer of technology, and improve access. It also reinforces the groundbreaking global initiatives and the CTAP. While progress has been made, increased political and financial investment is needed. And WHO, as always, is committed to working with member states, UN agencies, and other stakeholders to intensify the implementation of these recommendations. And with this, I am pleased to hand it over to Dr. Simao for additional replies on specific issues. Dr. Simao, you have the floor.
Thank you, DTG. And let me thank all member states for the comments. It's been very useful to hear you, because there's a lot of convergence between these four topics that we're going to respond to, a lot of convergence between the topics. And as mentioned yesterday during the discussion, not yesterday, it was already 2 days ago, the 13.2 and 13.3, we have consistently seen a growing interest from member states on all issues related to access to medicines and health products, from safety, efficacy, availability, quality assurance, to the more pressing need for affordable and transparent prices. And many countries have made supportive statements today that reinforce that the Global Strategy and Plan of Action provides this right strategy to manage intellectual property rights in the context of protecting public health interests and ensuring increased access to technologies for those who need it. This is at the core of this strategy, as it's also at the core of the access to medicines and vaccines roadmap and transparency that were also approved by the WHO. Like South Africa mentioned, even not now, now it's more needed than ever. Right? And as mentioned by Bangladesh and others, of course, there's still a lot of work to be done on the implementation side, both by the WHO Secretariat and the member states, and more resources are needed and should mobilize for the implementation of the prioritized recommendations that came out of the review panel. I was very happy to hear some of the member states, including Sudan, that mentioned that internalization in their legal system of the GSPOA. Canada mentioned the tripartite partnership, which is a collaboration, which is WHO, WTO, and WIPO. And last year, let me remind you that we published the trilateral study on promoting access to medical technologies and innovation and intersections between public health, intellectual property, and trade, which followed a seminar on the same topic. And I mention this because it's super important that we have alignment with all international organizations that are working on intellectual property issues, supporting member states with a collaborative approach. In talking about collaboration in the context of COVID, of course, I need to highlight the first anniversary of CTAP, where Costa Rica and more than 40 countries, and this was mentioned by Ecuador, Spain, Belgium, and other member states today and yesterday, because this is the time to use a voluntary mechanism that includes voluntary license, but also share know-how and scientific information, and this is fully aligned with the objectives and the structure of the GSPOA. I also hear about the member state survey, the results of the member state survey. They will be published in June, and we noted that there is a request for more countries to respond to it. So we'll come back to you with a proposal on this. We also noted that Ethiopia, on behalf of the African countries, plus 47 African countries, plus Brazil and others, have asked WHO to carry out further consultations on recommendations that have not emanated from the GSPA. So we will come back to you as well. And responding to Austria, who made some very good comments on shortages, we will recall that last year in December we did a consultation with member states on price transparency and shortages. And we will continue to liaise with member states on these issues, including through the Fair Pricing Forum and the follow-up to the transparent resolution. Let me thank you all, also closing the GSPOA, the strategy, but also the local production. Thank you all for the very constructive comments. And we note that requests for WHO support to local production have been increased in the past years. And this pandemic has particularly highlighted the fragilities in the global supply chain for medical products, because different materials will come from different countries, and lockdowns in specific regions have caused shortages of specific raw material. And Egypt particularly highlighted the reliance of the import of the different countries on the same product, which is super important, and the need to strengthen local production. We are also aware of the concentration of some newer technologies that have proved to be both safe and efficacious in a few countries, and the member states' support for WHO's efforts to diversify manufacturing capacity, not only geographically, which is extremely important because it's highly concentrated in some high-income countries, and we have the example of the recent call in regards to mRNA technologies, but also to expand manufacturing capacity for innovative products that have a public health impact. And this was supported by the European Union, by Indonesia, by Brazil, Philippines, and other countries. We are all aware also that local production of quality assured products needs to be coupled with efforts to strengthen regulatory systems at national and regional, like in the case of a particular reference was made to the African Medicines Agency level. And WHO is deeply committed to take these two things, strengthening local production and strengthening national regulatory authorities in a twin project that run in parallel. Lastly, to echo this resolution, if approved by member states, WHO is hosting now in June the first World Local Production Forum. And this forum is for member states, partners, and other stakeholders to open a dialogue to shape collectively the direction in promoting local production to improve access to health products during the pandemic and beyond, and we invite all member states to attend. Lastly, let me thank all member states for the support in approving and discussing, negotiating this resolution, and in particular to Ethiopia for proposing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simao. And I'd like to call on Dr. Moeti, Regional Director of the African region, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, DDG, Chair and Honorable Ministers. No, I think actually as we were finalizing our organizing in the Secretariat, we had agreed that I would not speak on this agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moeti. So then we move on to the next item, which is the 13.6 substandard and falsified medical products. And as many of you said, the proliferation of substandard and falsified medical products constitutes an urgent global health challenge for the next decade. They severely harm the patients, damage trust in health systems, and waste precious and limited resources. Therefore, WHO commends member states for the tremendous achievement in the member states, setting up the member state mechanism to protect public health from substandard and falsified health products. And the sustainability of this mechanism is really critical in order to mitigate the waste of important financial resources invested in countries' health systems and to prevent the harm to patients. And again, over to Mariangelo Simao for additional comments.
Thank you, DDG. I think we can summarize the problem we are facing with substandard and falsified medicines in two different aspects. First is an unacceptable risk and affect the most vulnerable worse. And when we have a global challenge, and COVID has clearly been a global challenge, and it has further exacerbated the risk. This was mentioned by many countries because it has disrupted markets, made access to medicines rare, less reliable, and pushing buyers and patients towards untrusty sources. And the second risk is that it's an avoidable risk because it also exposes people who are most vulnerable most. If technologies are available and can save lives, use of substandard and falsified products may lead to deaths that are utterly unavoidable. And those who need medicines most frequently are the least able to afford them, and they therefore may take riskier behaviors. It was mentioned also different parts by member states that the substandard and falsified products are driven by constrained access, weak technical capacity, poor governance, especially for procurement. We've seen corruption, unethical practices, procurement that I mentioned, and effective administrative systems and subcomponents. And I'd like to thank particularly Ghana and Sudan for highlighting also that this is very much an issue that has to be addressed through the strengthening of the regulatory systems to ensure that quality assured products are in the markets, coupled with policies that will facilitate that the population has access to the products they need. We also welcome Spain's call for member states to identify focal points to be part of the global surveillance system for substandard and falsified, which has provided very good elements for the alerts that WHO issues whenever needed. Through the member state mechanism, we have developed a comprehensive strategy to prevent, detect, and respond to the substandard and falsified. That includes 12 actions that range from the education to border control, from supply chain integrity to transparent legal process. And we also heard during this session the request for us to further to elaborate a better proposal on supporting countries to manage the problems with internet sales. This was mentioned by US, by Spain, by Canada, by Indonesia, and a few other countries. And we will come back to you with a proposal in this topic. And we would like to thank you all for the support for this very important work. DDG, I don't know if I should continue with the nomenclature.
Yes, Dr. Simao, please continue with the nomenclature, please.
Thank you very much. And as I have said during the B in January, the discussion on a harmonized global medical devices nomenclature is very similar to the discussions that the WHA's in the past, long time ago, where I think some of us were not even born, when the discussion of the essential medicines list was put on the table for negotiation with member states, when the discussion around the non-proprietary, international non-proprietary names, the INN, it's a similar context that we have right now, where consensus has to be achieved through different consultations, and that's what we are moving. We already discussed this in 2 EBs, and we welcome very much the news that the European Commission has recently published the first version of the European nomenclature of medical devices for consultation. I think it's open until the 4th of June. But we also listened to requests of Ethiopia on behalf of African countries to have a transparent, harmonized nomenclature, also from the Republic of Korea and Lebanon on behalf of the Emirate States that support harmonized systems, and also to update the medical devices regulatory forum members on the proceedings. We also listened to the US and other countries that requested the mapping of the global medical devices nomenclature to EMNDN, India that acknowledged the need to support regulatory process, and of Kenya on the need of an open system that's accessible to all. So even though there is general agreement that a standardized nomenclature should be available to all member states, as an element to support the assessment, the regulations, procurement, and management of medical devices, the discussions are still polarized. And a set of countries advocate for a proprietary system, which means in practice that it's a system that's owned by a private company. And a set of countries that do not agree with this proposal and have requested WHO to advise on a relevant approach to taking into account existing systems. So, as at the request of the executive board, WHO will not be creating a new nomenclature, but will work with the existing nomenclatures and with countries to select from the available ones which ones are best to work towards convergence. We were requested to hold information sessions, and one took place on 12th of April with all member states, and we also hosted 3 other meetings with the Andean countries, with the European Commission on Medical Devices consultation group, and we NGOs approved by FENSA and medical engineers, and we also discussed this at the Regulatory Forum for Medical Devices. We plan to have more information sessions and consultations from June to September with regulators, industry, procurers, health facility managers, and of course with member states. We expect that we will have a new report in October with the outcomes of the surveys and consultations, and have it ready to be presented at the next EB in January. But we do need member states' help to find agreements between available systems, including between the global medical devices nomenclature, which is, like I mentioned, a private enterprise, that we need to open the codes that are core to do a proper mapping of the suitability of the different nomenclatures. And the European medical devices nomenclature, which I mentioned was different, the recent published for consultation, and others, to ensure that we can have a global solution to this issue that's needed not only for low and middle income countries, but also for convergence in all countries, especially in times when access to medical devices is indispensable for the outbreak response and to reinforce the health systems. I will stop here. We'll come back to this issue again, and we will provide you with opportunities to give your inputs and comments and to find the best solution, something that works for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simao, and this takes us to the end of our replies on the 3 agenda items. I'd like to thank once again to Member States for their strong support and to partners as well. And with this, I'm happy to hand it back to the Chair. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you as well, Dr. Maria Angela Simao and Dr. Jacob. Is the committee ready to note the report contained in document A74/9? The report is noted. We will now consider the draft resolution contained in document A74/A/conf/1. The financial and administrative implication of this resolution may be found in document A74/conf/1 at 1. May I take it that the committee is prepared to approve this resolution? I see no objections. The resolution is approved. The agenda item is now closed. We will now take up the following agenda items under Pillar 2. Before we carry on, I would like to invite to the floor to Dr. Tedros, who is going to take some word for us. Dr. Tedros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Member States for adopting the resolution. I just wanted to say a few words on the agenda items we have been discussing, especially on the global strategy and plan of action on public health, innovation and intellectual property. As you know, the COVID pandemic has shown the importance of timely and robust innovation on health technologies for saving lives. And I would like to thank the UK, Ecuador and the other member states for pointing out the importance of the global strategy on public health, innovation and intellectual property, and for implementing new solutions for innovation and equitable access. The other focus is also the local production. I would like to thank Ethiopia for championing this. And I would also like to tell you that on local production, having a global plan or resolution is very important. But the key is working with countries one-on-one. Because of COVID, as you know, there is shortage of vaccines, and we're trying to address the gaps in production. And we're reaching out to countries in many continents now and working to support them. Some examples are like South Africa, Senegal, Egypt, Rwanda from Africa, and from Latin America we have Brazil, and also from Asia, Bangladesh, and would like to support other countries too. So the global guidance is key, but to implement it, I think the engagement country by country and identifying the gaps in production and helping the countries to move into production as soon as possible is really key. Not just to address the challenges we're facing now, but also for the future. So member states who are interested to have our support, please contact Dr. Maria Angela Simao. We have a local production unit, and we can give you a tailored support and advice. So these are the issues I would like to raise. The rest, I think, has been covered, and thank you so much to Susanna, and thank you so much also to Maria Angela. Thank you, Madam Chair, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. Now we will take up the following agenda items under Pillar 2. 1 billion more people protect from health emergencies. 19. The public health implication of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. 20. Enhancement of laboratory biosafety. And 21. Poliomyelitis. The relevant documents are A74/9, A74/18, A74/19, and A74/20. While considering association reports, the Health Assembly is also invited to consider the following. Under item 19, the Health Assembly is to consider requesting the Secretariat to continue its work in this area, with a specific focus on options to provide additional transparency, equity, clarity, and consistency in pathogen sharing practice and associate equitable benefit sharing arrangement globally, and to increase capacity worldwide for both the sequencing of pathogen genomes and the analysis of those genomes. Under item 20, the Executive Board at its 148th session in 2021 adopted decision EB 148.9, in which it recommended that the 74th World Health Assembly decide to sunset reporting in respect of a number of resolutions. As Resolution World Health Assembly 58.29 on enhancement of laboratory biosafety is included among the resolution concerned, the Health Assembly is invited to note the present report and to provide any additional guidance on reporting considered pertinent in respect of the enhancement of laboratory biosafety. Under item 21, the Health Assembly is invited to focus its deliberation on the best way to support the implementation of polio transition activities within the context of COVID-19. Will those delegates wishing to speak please raise their hands on the Zoom platform? I would now like to give the floor to the moderator to manage the list of speakers. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would now like to call on Portugal to take the floor, to be followed by Angola. Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director General, Excellencies, colleagues. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries of Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro and Albania, the country of stabilization and association process and potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia, align themselves with this statement. On the public health implications of the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol, the EU wants to emphasize that significant public health benefits can be drawn from timely and efficient pathogen sharing. The prompt sharing of genetic sequences of the COVID-19 virus in early January 2020 allowed for research and development of life-saving diagnostics and vaccines to start right away. The EU calls on all member states to continue sharing public health information with WHO as soon as it is available in order to facilitate the identification of the source of SARS-CoV-2 virus and to prevent future health emergencies. Pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential cannot be treated in the same way as other genetic resources. Equitable access is a top priority, but no tool can be shared before it is developed. Moreover, those tools must go first to places where they are most needed, which is not necessarily the same as the place where the pathogen was first detected and shared from. The IHR Review Committee, in its latest report, calls for a new mechanism for cooperation on rapid sharing of scientific findings and samples within the global scientific community. Like the Review Committee, the EU believes that the PEEP framework might offer a useful model. We believe that the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Framework for sharing of influenza virus and access to vaccines and other benefits should be considered as a specialized international ABS instrument. In this regard, we will be expecting proposals from the Secretariat as how to best translate recommendations made by IHR Review Committee into concrete actions. We will also be engaging in discussion on the ways pathogen and benefits sharing will be addressed in the WHO Secretariat proposed biohub, mindful of the need to avoid duplication with the PEEP framework. On the enhancement of laboratory biosafety, the EU thanks the Secretariat for its reports. With an ever-increasing number of labs around the world handling high-consequence pathogens, the rapid evolution of technology offers both great opportunities for human health, but also increases the risk for unforeseen consequences. The EU believes that WHO, as the UN Public Health Agency, should be central in overseeing the implementation of the regulatory framework by promoting best practices and by coordinating and facilitating rapid response in the event of an outbreak that may be associated with a breach of laboratory biosafety. We will also encourage WHO to use the Extended Biosafety Advisory Group to ensure the highest quality independent biosafety advice. Finally, the EU would like to request the Secretariat not to sunset the reporting to Member States on these activities. On polio eradication, polio transition planning and polio post-certification, the EU takes note of the updated report from the Secretariat and is looking forward to further reporting on progress and funding of these activities, mindful of the need to walk the last mile towards polio eradication and of the contributions made by local, in-country polio staff beyond their work on polio. Thank you.
Je remercie le Portugal.
Thank you, Portugal. I now invite Angola to take the floor, to be followed by Bahrain. Angola, you have the floor.
L'honorable délégué.
Honorable delegate from Angola.
Parfait, merci.
Thank you.
Vous avez la parole.
That the Nagoya Protocol remains a critical instrument for access to collaborative work and benefit sharing of clinical data, specimens and genetic resources for pathogens of epidemic potential. And its implementation together with the other relative initiatives is of vital importance to the global health. The African region commends the work of WHO in implementing the recommendations of Decision WHA 72. Consider more than ever of laboratory safety, despite the progress made by the Member States since the adoption of Resolution 58.29 in 2005, improvement of laboratory biosafety. Successive joint external evaluation mission reports under the IHR have constantly revealed important gaps in laboratory biosafety in our region. where most countries have relatively limited capacity in that technical area and accordingly obtain low-risk scores in evaluation. Technical and financial support will be needed to our member states to bridge respective gaps. Member states recognize that the commitment of microbiological agents and toxins in laboratories was a major global public health issue and critical to prevent outbreaks of epidemic-prone disease. Therefore, the African member states welcome the support of WHO and partners to enhancement of the laboratories biosafety into existing health systems, strengthening efforts and adequate testing capacity is proving to be the cornerstone in resilient health systems that we want. It is also necessary to invest in laboratories with SARS-CoV-2 genetic sequence technology. The African region has been engaged alongside with WHO and partners, investing time and resources in pursuing the healthier world free from poliomyelitis. The regional certification registered last year achieved an historic public health milestone. However, the region has experienced outbreaks of circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2, which in part can be attributed to the lower population immunity and insufficient quality of implemented outbreak responses. Furthermore, with the COVID-19 pandemic, outbreak response were postponed. To stop emerging of new circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 outbreaks after MOPV2 use, the existence of the novel oral polyvaccine type 2 under emergency use may be a solution. However, there are still several challenges to overcome regarding surveillance and routine immunization coverage. The continued reporting of vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 outbreaks in the region for immediate emergency response, and the decrease of global polio eradication funding to be African region likely to end this year. Therefore, reiterated our advocacy for continued financial support from global polio eradication initiatives, the African region to sustain the gains, particularly in countries with high risk of polio circulation, for the access of vaccines to stop all forms of polio, to continue the implementation of polio transmission plan in context of COVID-19, and increasing funding for epidemiologic surveillance to reduce cases of vaccine-derived polio. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Angola. I will now give the floor to Bahrain, to be followed by the Philippines. Bahrain, you have the floor. Madam Chair, I would like to speak about what is taking place in Bahrain in terms of the strengthening of biological security, biosafety in our laboratories. We have been building the capacity and modernizing our structures in accordance with the recommendations of our partners in the WHO. We have strengthened the laboratory capacity so that rapid analysis may be carried out despite COVID-19. We are working on training of laboratory staff in conjunction with the WHO so that they receive certificates which are recognized in terms of infectious materials handling, and we are strengthening biosafety so that we modify our methods of work on a national level. In terms of poliomyelitis, we fully agree with the report, and we are strengthening the efforts being made to eradicate poliomyelitis in Afghanistan and Pakistan, where there is wild poliovirus, and also in terms of the type 2 circulating poliovirus. And we need to continue to make efforts to strengthen eradication and certification on polio. We are using the oral polio vaccines in the countries, and we support the national committee, the regional committee, which was set up to strengthen the strategy for 2020-2021 in dealing with this virus, and we are continuing to follow our vaccine campaigns despite COVID-19, and we welcome the report of the Director General and support the setting up of a technical group within the WHO to assist countries which require this, and we hope that the necessary resources will be made available to help countries. Thank you.
Je remercie le Bahreïn.
Thank you, Bahrain. I now give the floor to the Philippines, to be followed by the Republic of Korea. The Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Moderator. With recognition of the global public health benefit of timely generation and sharing of sequencing data highlighted by COVID-19 pandemic, Philippines joins efforts to build capacities for genomic surveillance to contribute to global monitoring of pathogen lineages and their potential use in diagnostics, vaccines, therapeutics, and understanding transmission surveillance for SARS-CoV-2, which guided public health interventions. Collaboration with international partners enabled capacity for genomics in the national AMR surveillance. We also contributed to genomic databases of Mycobacterium, tuberculosis, and influenza. We urge and support the continuation of work on the Nagoya Protocol to provide additional transparency, equity, clarity, and consistency in pathogen sharing practices and associated equitable benefit sharing arrangements globally to increase capacity worldwide for genomics and to ensure timely data sharing on emerging dangerous diseases. Towards local enhancement of laboratory biosafety practices, standards on laboratory biosafety practices were set, and key trainings including on biorisk management for COVID-19 laboratories and biorisk management for polio have been established and conducted. The Philippines acknowledges the important role of a regulatory body in implementing and monitoring compliance to biosafety standards. We foresee that reporting of lab-acquired infections, incidents, and accidents to a national regulatory body may drive improvement in lab biosafety practices. Thus, we welcome provision of any additional guidance on national reporting considered pertinent in respect to the enhancement of lab biosafety. The Philippines concurs with the report on the challenges faced in polio eradication during the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the challenges, the Philippines has successfully conducted polio supplemental immunization activities with a coverage of 87%. The country has enhanced surveillance for polio cases by providing acute flaccid paralysis surveillance officers, expanding sites for environmental surveillance, and intensifying report of cases, among others, and has comprehensively engaged communities, including increased mass media and social media presence. The Philippines is committed to intensify its efforts to close the polio outbreak in the country and would welcome deliberations on the best way to support the implementation of polio transition activities within the context of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, the Philippines. I now invite the Republic of Korea to be followed by Spain. You have the floor, Korea.
Thank you, Chair. The COVID-19 pandemic imprinted us the importance of the timely sharing of pathogen and information for the rapid development of diagnostics and planning appropriate response measures.
Therefore, it is crucial to establish a clear framework for the sharing of material and information, and it will be necessary to discuss how to apply the principles of the Nagoya Protocol. In this context, the establishment of WHO BioHub will play an important role in preparing a sharing and sustainable utilization system of resources for the rapid development of vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics against next crisis. The Korean government is looking forward to joining this with all member states and coming up with a plan for transparent and effective operation together. Secondly, we thank the WHO for its dedication and commitment to the advancement of international biosafety and helping to ensure sustainability for more countries. In 2017, the Korean government published the first issue of Korea Biosafety Standard and Guideline, a compilation of biosafety information. This supports the guidance provided by the Laboratory Biosafety Manual published by the WHO. In addition, the Korean government also published a COVID-19 response laboratory biosafety guide that has contributed to the prevention of laboratory-acquired infection. We are also providing annual biosafety education to strengthen the national biosafety capacity. Lastly, the Korean government has maintained polio eradication through pathogen surveillance, vaccination, and sealing procedures. Traveler monitoring and NIP support provided for migrants and children under the age of 12 have helped to prevent polio transmission between countries. Even as many activities could not proceed as planned due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we believe the experience and knowledge gained through the polio programs were successfully applied to the COVID-19 response, presenting important possibilities and directions for the polio transition, and our efforts for polio eradication will need to continue. The Korean government supports the activities organized by the WHO related to the Nagoya Protocol, biosafety, and polio eradication and transition, and will continue to cooperate with all member states. Thank you so much.
I thank the Republic of Korea. I will now give the floor to Spain, followed by China. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. I am going to be concentrating on item 21 of the agenda. Spain fully aligns with the statement made by Portugal on behalf of the European Union and its member states and would like to say the following on a national level. WHO certification of the African region as free of polio a year ago was a major news, and it shows what can be achieved only through coordinated action of member states, WHO and other international agencies. We encourage them to continue the efforts to achieve the last mile, which separates us from the eradication of wild poliovirus, as well as interrupting the transmission of vaccine-derived virus. We would like to acknowledge the great work carried out by the WHO staff assigned to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative in the field, often in complex conditions, and they are contributing in a decisive manner to other vaccine campaigns. We welcome in particular the dedication of workers in the current fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and their capacity to intervene on a community level for public health. Minister González Laya was able to personally see this at the meeting, which as a polio gender champion was held last February in Jamena with Leonie Ngadum, a healthcare worker from the front line. We must bear in mind that both in the polio program as well as in health in general, women globally represent 70% of the workers. Therefore, their role is key in the area of public health and must be recognized. However, they currently only hold 25% of management roles, and this is something that we must not just accept. The resolution on women, girls, and the response to 2019 promoted by Spain and approved by the United Nations General Assembly last year could help us as a guide for this. We also value very positively the integration of a gender perspective in the forthcoming Global Polio Eradication Initiative, and this could inspire other programs. And we hope that this will soon be complemented by a new WHO roadmap on gender equity and human rights. Many thanks.
I thank Spain. I should now like to call on China to be followed by Monaco. China, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chinese delegation thanks the Director General and the Secretariat for the report, and we appreciate WHO's work on biosecurity and health, access and benefit sharing, and laboratory biosafety. China actively responds to WHO's call and earnestly implements polio-related plans to advance eradication of polio. China supports the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol, actively shares influenza viruses with relevant countries, and timely shares whole genome sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 with the world. The COVID-19 pandemic once again reminds us that establishing a mechanism for fair and equitable sharing of the benefits generated by the use of relevant resources is closely with other stakeholders to ensure that member states are in a position to quickly share pathogens, genetic sequencing data, and related metadata in the context of public health emergencies. As stated in the Secretariat's report, the progress and present landscape of biosafety and laboratory biosecurity are widely deemed uneven across the world at different levels. China insists on coordinating safety and development, continuously strengthen laboratory biosafety capacity building and oversight, and our efforts have been recognized by the WHO Joint Expert Group. China is willing to share management experience with the world to help Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, and other regions to improve their biosafety and biosecurity levels to enhance their capacity of providing protection in face of health emergencies. China, already in 2018, has incorporated 200 million polio vaccine in our program, and the bio-polio vaccine has been also incorporated in our overall plan. China supports WHO's effort in advancing the eradication of polio. We hope that WHO will fully consider the status quo in developing countries, especially countries with higher risk of polio import, and propose practical action plans. Strengthen country-wide and cross-country and cross-regional cooperation to reduce the spread of wild polio viruses internationally. Step up financial and technical support for countries threatened by polio epidemics, and more rapid and effective measures to be taken in key areas to accelerate global eradication of polio. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank China. I now give the floor to Monaco to be followed by the UK. Monaco, please. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Our statement will be a national statement. Firstly, Madam Chair, we would like to congratulate the headquarters and regional offices of the WHO for the adaptation to the Strategic Action Plan on the Polio Transition, adaptation to COVID-19, of course. The report demonstrates that there's an urgent need for the WHO Secretariat and the member states to make sure that the progress made in terms of surveillance and vaccination campaigns against polio continue and last. There also needs to be an urgent response to continuing polio vaccination at the same time as COVID-19 vaccination. In this regard, we would like to reiterate our support for the fight against polio. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that medical staff fighting polio is essential public health staff, which needs to be rapidly mobilized in order to support member states. There is therefore a need to continue and intensify efforts to integrate the capacity of national health systems to make sure that they are more robust and that they maintain their actions for polio eradication. We would underscore the importance of the polio transition in the base budget 2022-2023 of the WHO and the programs concerned. We would like to pay tribute specifically to the female workers, the frontline workers, who are playing a key role in child vaccination. As they are sometimes the only ones to have access to households, these female staff are the ones that can encourage parents to vaccinate their children and also continue to build a relationship with the local community. These women are working in very difficult conditions and sometimes even put their own lives at risk. Lastly, we are very satisfied of the efforts of the WHO to ensure a responsible transition, including the deployment of the new oral type 2 polio vaccine, and which we cherish the hope will be a major step forward in the eradication of this scourge. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Monaco.
Thank you, Monaco.
Je donne maintenant la parole.
I shall now give the floor to the UK, to be followed by India. UK, you have the floor.
Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. My intervention relates to the agenda item 21 on polio. The UK welcomes the reports on polio eradication and polio transition. Polio remains a public health emergency of international concern, and eradication aims are now within sight. We are pleased to see the accelerated pace and strong leadership within GPEI during the pandemic period. We welcome the development of GPEI's new strategy and the collaborative process, and we support GPEI's ambition to put local communities at the forefront. We would appreciate further details on the progress that has been made in discussions with other organisations in designing a more holistic package of care to deliver on the commitment of integrated services. We would also welcome regular updates on the regional subcommittee's work and next steps, as we see this committee as having great potential. GPEI is at the forefront of COVID-19 responses in many countries, and we share the concern about gaps in immunisation that have been left due to pauses in campaigns. We welcome the efforts of GPEI working with others to close those gaps. On polio transition, we thank WHO for the work being done in collaboration with others to ensure priority countries are in the best possible place to assume responsibility for services currently provided by GPEI and their staff. We do, however, note that recent events have meant part of the presented report is now outdated. We would welcome a further member state briefing from WHO, both headquarters and relevant regional and country offices, jointly with GPEI, to set out how the acceleration of transition planning in the Afro region will affect both GPEI's ability to deliver on the 5-year strategy and the financial implications of these changes for WHO and GPEI. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie le roi.
I thank the UK. I shall now give the floor to India, to be followed by Senegal. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The implementation of Nagoya Protocol is a welcome step in view of emerging high-threat pathogens like the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome coronavirus, Nipah, Zika, Ebola, as well as unknown future threats. The public health implications of its implementation include sound risk assessment, initiation of evidence-based intervention, and the subsequent development and deployment of countermeasures such as diagnostic, vaccine, and therapeutics. If the Nagoya Protocol is implemented in its true spirit, it will further strengthen the public health preparedness and response during declared or imminent health emergencies. India believes that WHO should devise global multilateral mechanism for effective pathogen access and benefit sharing, including aspect of intellectual property rights on the sharing of pathogen, code of conduct, guidelines, and best practices. Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the significance of safe and secure handling and containment of high-consequence microbiological agents, which can have global ramifications in case of inadvertent exposure or release to the environment. India has established a network of 117 virus research and diagnostic labs, which are well trained in biosafety and biosecurity protocol. VRDLs in different levels, regional and state level, have acquired decentralized capacities to detect various viral infections. India has ensured adherence to stringent biosafety and biosecurity protocols in all laboratories, which has prevented any cases of leakage of infection, and no health functionaries have been infected in BSL-3, BSL-4 labs till date. Presently, all categories of labs, including RG1 and RG2, are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratory, and we have released guidelines for the same. Further, to strengthen biosafety and biosecurity framework, India is setting up Institute of Zoonosis and One Health as well as 4 regional NIV-like institute. We have operationalized guidelines and SOP for BSL-3, BSL-4 labs. Hands-on safety practices are held regularly in BSL-4 labs, Pune, India. Chair, in the recent past, India successfully detected emerging viral infection-related threat due to Nipah virus outbreak, Ebola virus, yellow fever, etc. India is planning further augmented diagnostic capacity by mobile BSL-2, BSL-3 laboratories, and active transmission can be detected by following principle of test, track, and control. India recognizes the recent of MOU in WHO and the Swiss Confederation to launch the first WHO BioHub facility as part of WHO BioHub system, which was announced in November 20. While taking note of this facility, will enhance the rapid sharing of viruses and other pathogens between laboratories and partners globally. At this critical juncture, we would like to reiterate that the legal framework of WHO BioHub must incorporate principle of Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing, and also use of experience gained from WHO PIP framework in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie l'Inde.
I thank India. I shall now give the floor to Senegal, to be followed by the next speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Chairperson, delegates, we align ourselves with the statement of the African region. Senegal welcomes the continued efforts of the WHO in the strengthening of biosafety for labs through the publication of strategic technical documents, and also the elaboration and making available of instruments and tools, capacity building in cooperation with member states as well. Given the COVID-19 pandemic, it is necessary to promote appropriate biosafety procedures and to strengthen training on biosafety, biosecurity, and of course the transport of testing materials, as well as the elimination of any pathogens. We need to continue to promote biosafety in laboratories in member states. With regard to polio, Senegal welcomes the fact that while polio has not been detected in the 5 regions of the WHO, we support the global initiative for the eradication of polio, of course. We introduced the polio vaccine in our large-scale vaccination program. However, like other countries in the sub-region, Senegal is facing polio virus circulating, giving a lack of sufficient vaccines due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to have member states adopt approaches to ensure that the circulation of the polio virus is not allowed, and that we continue our vaccination programs. With regards to the transition, Senegal, in order to face the regular challenges that we see in the plan of action and for the transition, and in order to work with the regional committee on the eradication of polio in Africa, we would appeal to member states to support the activities broadly, even during COVID-19. To conclude, we encourage the WHO in its efforts and appeals to donors and partners to maintain specifically their support to low-income and medium-income countries in this regard. I thank you. Thank you, Senegal. I should now give the floor to Japan, to be followed by the United States. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Japan welcomes the reports in these agenda items. I will make 3 points. First, the public health implications of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that it is critical It is crucial to ensure rapid sample sharing for identifying pathogens, enabling risk assessment and research, and accelerating the development of vaccines and diagnostics, in particular for the representative pathogens of pandemic potential. Given that the emergence of SARS-CoV-2 variants is currently a critical issue around the world, we should help sharing the samples. We are aware that WHO is currently advocating the biohealth system, which facilitates the voluntary sharing of viruses. It is crucial to build such a mechanism to ensure rapid and equitable global sample sharing. Japan would like to actively participate in the discussion in order to consider the possibility of our commitment in the future. Second, enhancement of laboratory biosafety. It is of paramount importance to ensure pathogens are properly managed through biosafety and biosecurity measures to prevent infection in the laboratory and leakage. Japan has 2 P4 level laboratories at National Institute of Infectious Diseases and Nagasaki University. High biosafety level laboratories are necessary and will contribute to public health. As the demand in laboratory testing is increasing due to the pandemic, we hope WHO to continue providing technical support to improve laboratory biosafety for countries to ensure appropriate management. Third, poliomyelitis. WHO has issued a global action plan to minimize poliovirus facility-associated risk, and we expect that WHO will continue to provide guidance on bio-risk management to member states with poliovirus essential facilities and actively share information. Japan continues to work with WHO to eliminate polio with proper risk management and effective implementation of the WHO Global Action Plan. I thank you.
Je remercie le Japon. I thank Japan. I should now call upon the United States, to be followed by Germany. United States, please.
The United States thanks WHO for the report on the public health implications on the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. The COVID-19 pandemic has made clear the benefits of and critical need for countries to rapidly share pathogens, clinical materials, and information, including genetic sequence data, to effectively conduct biosurveillance, transparently report outbreaks, and for global efforts to rapidly research, develop, manufacture, and equitably distribute safe and effective medical countermeasures. We appreciate member states' recognition of this critical need in the WHO's strengthening resolution. We urge the Director General to take action to promote safe, transparent, and rapid sharing of pathogen samples and genetic sequence data, and to include direct advocacy at the upcoming meetings of the Convention on Biological Diversity and Nagoya Protocol. Laboratory biosafety and biosecurity remain critical priorities. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the power of a biological threat to cost millions of lives, billions in economic costs, and years in setbacks to global health and development goals. It has also reaffirmed the WHO's role in bolstering the global community's ability to respond efficiently to biosafety challenges. Working with WHO and other UN agencies, the world must establish and implement a global norm and international standards for biosafety and biosecurity. Pursuant to the EB's recommendation, we look forward to future reporting on laboratory biosafety in relevant agenda items. The U.S. commends the Global Polio Eradication Initiative on its response efforts for the COVID-19 pandemic. It is worth restating that polio-funded staff and assets contributed to the COVID-19 response in over 50 countries. We remain concerned about wild polio transmission in endemic countries and expanded circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus CDV type 2 outbreaks in 3 WHO regions, and acknowledge the importance of the EMRO Ministerial Regional Subcommittee for Polio Eradication. Polio transition needs to occur at the country level. India's approach is a great example, and we'd like to hear other lessons learned. The U.S. shares concerns with other member states about polio transition and the consequences of the proposed abolishment of positions and staff reductions in the Africa region. WHO Afro has described how polio roles will be integrated into activities, and we would like to hear about, one, how reassigned staff and critical polio functions will be incorporated and rapidly respond to CVD-PV type 2 outbreaks. Two, which mechanisms and funding will be used to preserve critical polio response structures? And three, what will be the oversight and accountability given the dispersed program? Thank you.
Thank you, United States. I shall now give the floor to Germany, to be followed by Ghana. Germany, please.
Director General for the reports on polio. We refer in our comments to both reports since we see an inherent link between them. We note the efforts to increase polio activities, both surveillance and vaccination campaigns, and welcome the political support, especially by the two endemic countries in this endeavor. We congratulate GPEI on finalizing the strategy process, which we believe will bring reinforced emphasis on key issues for reaching eradication and transition. Going forward, we would like to underline the importance of the Independent Monitoring Board report, as well as the Transition Independent Monitoring Board report, on how to better address both polio eradication as well as polio transition, and we are looking forward to seeing these recommendations continuously addressed in the process of implementation. We also welcome that recommendations on governance and management review are being implemented and hope that this new structure will lead to the anticipated change of culture and doing business within GPEI. Regarding the current developments on transition and staffing, we expect full transparency. Also, we are very concerned about the financial constraints of many partners affecting GPEI's budget and therefore the implementation of the strategy, as well as reaching our goal of eradication. The key to meet these challenges will be regular revisions to ensure the alignment of planned activities with available resources or new partnerships. Germany thanks the Secretariat for its report on the enhancement of laboratory biosafety. The safe and secure handling of high-threat pathogens in laboratories worldwide is of great importance. We thus welcome the commitment of WHO on laboratory safety and the use of an evidence-based approach that is respecting local applicability. WHO should play the leading role in advocacy and guidance in laboratories biosafety, as well as in coordinating approaches with biosecurity stakeholders. Let me finally conclude my national statement. We welcome the strengthening of the global exchange of sample material and sequence information and the launch of the first WHO Biohub facility in Switzerland as part of the WHO Biohub system. However, many details of the future structure still remain unclear and need to be clarified. In this regard, even the linkage with the pandemic influenza preparedness framework needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Je remercie l'Allemagne.
Thank Germany. I shall now give the floor to Ghana to be followed by Kiribati. Ghana, please.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson. Ghana Alliance, the statement made by Uganda on behalf of the 47 member states of the African region, the political health implications of the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. Ghana agrees with the WHO that every side.
Honorable délégué, je vous prie de...
Distinguished delegate, forgive me for interrupting, but we are having difficulties interpreting, giving the sound Could you please try to speak more slowly and perhaps get closer to the microphone? Thank you, sir.
Veuillez reprendre votre intervention.
Please start your intervention from the very beginning.
Ghana.
Ghana, you have the floor.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chairperson. Ghana aligns to the statement made by Uganda on behalf of the 47 member states, the African region, and the public health of the
The interpreters apologize. The sound quality is too poor to interpret.
Je vous prie de m'excuser.
Distinguished delegate, unfortunately, the connection is not sufficient for interpretation. We'll come back to you a little bit later. I thank you for your kind understanding on this. I shall now give the floor to Kiribati, to be followed by Cuba. Kiribati.
Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to make a statement on agenda item 19 under discussion. Here in Kiribati, we do not possess robust ethical pathways to ensure, among other factors, the adherence to the obligations of the Nagoya Protocol, which ensures equitable access to genetic resources obtained from studies performed here in Kiribati. Furthermore, the ability for equitable sharing of benefits from the utilization of genetic resources remains an area in need for improvement. As an example, we're about to embark on a study in collaboration with the University of Sydney entitled The Pathway to the Elimination of Antimicrobial Resistant and Latent TB. This study involves the collection of recruited patient samples that will be collected from Kiribati participants and sent for genetic analysis by our collaborators in Sydney. For this study, we have utilized the institutional ethics approval from our corresponding collaborators institute. Although we have improvised as demonstrated in the aforementioned study, the government of Kiribati is acutely aware of the challenges that an area of need in this era of genetic resources within Kiribati, and we respectfully implore our developmental partners, including WHO, to help provide resources, much needed resources, to help us address this gap moving into the future. And I thank you, Chair.
Merci, Kiribati.
Thank you, Kiribati. I shall now give the floor to Cuba, to be followed by Egypt. Cuba, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eradicating poliomyelitis is a health emergency. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted negatively on national immunization plans, with repercussions on the progress made and creating greater difficulties and challenges for the countries. So we need the adoption of coordinated and integrated approaches. In Cuba, we reported the last case of poliomyelitis in 1962, and we were the first country in Latin America and the Caribbean to eliminate this disease. Since then, we have had sustained work to ensure that it remains eliminated based on achieving immunization coverage at or above 95%. The functioning of a solid surveillance system, which is active and timely in its interventions, has been effective. To date, 856.9 million doses have been given, and in 2020 there were 21 cases of acute flaccid paralysis, which were investigated with a rate of 1.7 per 100,000 inhabitants. And they were all discarded as poliomyelitis cases. In 1995, we received the polio eradication certification from the WHO and PAHO. In accordance with the objectives of the post-certification strategy, in April 2002, we destroyed the vaccine strains of poliovirus 1, 2, and 3 at the Laboratory for Tropical Medicine Pedro Cori. And in 2016, we carried out the changeover from the trivalent oral polio vaccine to the bivalent one and started the application of the inactivated polio vaccine. Over the last 20 years, we have collaborated with the WHO in actions aimed for the global poliomyelitis eradication initiative, and we have been carrying out work for the post-eradication stages, and the results obtained have made possible the advancement of strategies and new immunization policies. We agree with the need to work in a coordinated manner in achieving the strategy set out so that we meet the financial commitments which have been established and we exchange positive experiences amongst member states in order to guarantee global certification. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
I thank you, Cuba. We are having some technical difficulties and are therefore not able to connect with the distinguished delegate from Egypt. So we're going to move on to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Moderator. I would like to speak on item 20 on the enhancement of laboratory biosafety. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the document which was presented. The interpreter says there is unfortunately an echo. We will continue if we can. And we would like to express our interest in the presentation of reports on the application of resolution WHA 58.29 on biosecurity.
Honorable Delegate Colombie.
Dear Delegate from Colombia, you may start once more. Thank you, Madam. I'd like to start or continue. Being able to count on this support from the WHO and its reporting on is a priority subject given the current context where it's essential to strengthen biosecurity and containment of agents in laboratories. With the development of the current pandemic, we've been able to see the need to redouble global efforts on biosecurity in laboratories. In Colombia, in particular, we have an urgent need for support and training to evaluate and check biosecurity levels in national laboratories and to consolidate information on the levels of biosecurity in the country. And so we count on the WHO to assist us in this process and to provide us with technical assistance for the development and strengthening of normative frameworks and national guidelines. The WHO guidebooks and guides and handbooks on the biosecurity are particularly relevant for the process, and so we call for the availability of Spanish versions of these documents to facilitate the work of Spanish-speaking countries. It is also necessary to have a process of dissemination of said biosecurity manuals and have a training process for countries. So, to conclude, we would like to highlight the need to have the assistance of the WHO in the development, strengthening of emergency multi-sectoral national plans and simulation exercises so that we can make the instrument operational. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I now give the floor to Egypt, to be followed by Colombia.
Honorable Délégué de l'Égypte.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Honorable Délégué de
Honorable Delegate from Egypt, we seem to be experiencing technical difficulties. We will come back to you in a short while. I now invite Brazil to take the floor, to be followed by Canada. Brazil, you have the floor.
Can you listen to me, moderator?
Oui, nous t'entendons très bien.
We can hear you clearly. Just one moment, I wasn't quite ready. You have the floor, says the moderator.
L'honorable délégué du Brésil.
Brazil, you have the floor. I wasn't quite ready, so I'm now looking for my statement. If you like, I can give you a few more moments. Just a few seconds, says the speaker. Right, it's on its way, nearly there.
Good morning. Sorry for this delay. Rapid and safe sharing of pathogens, as well as fair and equitable access to the benefits of such sharing, are essential to ensure a comprehensive public health response against infectious diseases. Different rules that govern such sharing, however, may create obstacles for bilateral and multilateral cooperation in the area, in particular if the principle of equal benefits is not respected. The Nagoya Protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity is an important milestone in the search for mutually agreed rules to govern the sharing of pathogens and to ensure that this sharing is beneficial to both those who offer and those who receive. Brazil is one of the countries with the greatest biodiversity on the planet. We recognize the importance of sharing genetic resources for food security, public health, and biodiversity conservation. For this reason, we were one of the first countries to pass specific legislation on access to pathogens and benefit sharing, already in line with the principles established in Nagoya. On March 4 of this year, we deposited the letter ratifying the protocol. Brazilian legislation already includes the principle of fair and equitable sharing of benefits derived from the use of genetic resources, including pathogens, for the technological development of vaccines, diagnostic kits, medications, among others, and also for strengthening the public health response to infectious diseases outbreaks. The law also regulates the use of digital sequencing of genetic resources, considering the definitions of the genetic heritage, access to the generic heritage, and research. With regard to shipping pathogenic microorganisms, isolated or not isolated, it is imperative that laboratories involved must meet national and international requirements. Last but not least, Brazil is proud to say that in April 2020, the Fiocruz Respiratory and Measles Virus Laboratory was named the WHO Reference Laboratory for COVID-19 in the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I now give the floor to Canada, to be followed by Egypt. Canada, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada would like to encourage member states from the international community to not lose from view the eradication of poliovirus during the COVID-19 crisis. We are interested in having the integrated vaccination teams, and we must also not forget our concern about accountability. We encourage the WHO, the other polio partners and member states to ensure that the work on the eradication of polio remains clear and strong. We call for the necessary direction and techniques in terms of what should be respected to work on the eradication of polio. And we would call on the WHO to ensure that there is sufficient priority given to the staffing and resources. Without the necessary resources, Africa and the rest of the world could take significant steps backwards. We can only achieve this if we have a fully integrated, person-centered approach. So we call on the WHO and member states to ensure that there is gender equality within the strategy for polio eradication 2022 to 2026, and to ensure that it is covered both in the indicators of performance and the implementation. And then in terms of biosecurity, this will allow countries to protect populations and to protect them from all forms of biohazards, whatever their origin. and this ensures that it helps to have health security. Canada fully supports the WHO's promotion of the work on biosecurity and biocontainment. We fully understand the decision to eliminate progressively the reporting requirements from slowly over time, and we would be in agreement with ensuring that member states are kept aware of the important work of the WHO. We are in favour of the action plan for the strengthening and further support on biosecurity and biocontainment. Thank you. Thank you, Canada. Now I give the floor to Egypt, to be followed by the Russian Federation. Egypt, you have the floor.
Malheureusement, nous n'arrivons pas à parler à notre...
We cannot connect with our delegate from Egypt. We will try again a little later. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation, to be followed by Barbados.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Russia notes the importance of ensuring the continuing of the Nagoya Protocol for public health, and this has been demonstrated recently during the COVID-19 pandemic. Can you hear me, ladies and gentlemen? Can you hear me? Asked the speaker. Thank you very much, madam. So, against the backdrop of the COVID-19 virus, what is very important is to have an exchange of pathogens to ensure that there's effective diagnostic system, as well as to influence the effectiveness of vaccines against any mutations and to ensure that people have immunity. Russia has made a specific contribution to this work on pathogens. We also have a depot, for example, for international resources and a global epidemiological system to ensure that any genealogical variants of the virus are picked up quickly in our country. We are concerned about the continued increase of wild poliovirus and the spread of the vaccine-caused polio. We believe that from the WHO side, what is necessary is to strengthen its attention paid to this issue, as well as its support and its quality control when carrying out mass vaccination campaigns for those countries that have been afflicted by these different viral variants. We also propose that the WHO needs to inform countries about the deadlines for the vaccine campaigns, including for type 2, the new vaccine, and make additional measures in order to strengthen monitoring and control. We support the integration campaign and the global eradication, rather the integration of the global polio eradication campaign with other work. We believe that the issue remains one of the key programs of the global initiative because we need to continue this work and build technical capacity of countries and also prepare for national audits. We believe that it would be meaningful perhaps here to have a consultation with the labs and the manufacturers of vaccines on the issue of examining other, perhaps more stabilized vaccines and to make sure they cover other variants. We support on the whole the activities of the WHO to strengthen biosafety in laboratories and the assistance that is provided to member states, including updating the recommendations on the development of a database for information exchange. The Russian Federation is prepared to share its experience in this area. Bearing in mind the importance of the issue, we believe that it would make sense here to present reports on the work to strengthen biosafety, perhaps from every country. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Je remercie la Fédération de Russie.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I now give the floor to Barbados, to be followed by Madagascar. Barbados, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Barbados acknowledges the ongoing work of the World Health Organization as detailed in its progress report A74/18 in making available the updated standards and guidance documents for use by member states, especially those still developing national regulations to enhance biosafety and biosecurity. The Best Dos Santos Public Health Laboratory has been a cornerstone in our national COVID response. We encourage the WHO to continue working with member states for the implementation of these new guidance documents, such as the 4th edition of the Laboratory Biosafety Manual, and to support national efforts to establish and implement national frameworks for pathogen biosafety and biosecurity, using an integrated One Health, all of government approach that is rooted in the local context of sustainability. We believe that regional institutions such as the Caribbean Public Health Agency, which continue to work with international, regional, and local counterparts, are important in increasing awareness of biosafety and biosecurity issues through targeted interventions at the national and institutional levels. In particular, we can cite as an example the recently approved by CARFA Executive Board of a policy working quarantine for external service providers to address maintenance of laboratory biosafety equipment during the ongoing COVID-19 restrictions. Barbados recommends that as per Clause 17, the issue of transport of biological materials be considered as a priority as there continues to be a reliance on air transportation in the region. We recommend that the delegates of the 74th World Health Assembly reconsider the sunset reporting requirements as per Clause 26 and consider the establishment of a statutory periodic reporting requirement for progress being made to advance laboratory biosafety and biosecurity by the WHO. I thank you so much.
Merci, Vardhan.
Thank you, Barbados. I now give the floor to Madagascar, to be followed by Thailand. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madagascar would like to cover item 21. We fully align ourselves with the declaration made for the Africa region, and we'd also like to thank the Director General and the Secretariat for the quality and importance of the reports on poliomyelitis. We achieved in August 2021 the historic regional achievement of eliminating wild poliovirus. Nevertheless, when we consider the circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus in regions, we are concerned about it, and this could be linked to the harmful effect of COVID-19 on healthcare in general. Thanks to the efforts of the country and the ceaseless and tireless assistance of the WHO and its partners, we have been working since 2015 on our vaccination plans ever since the circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus was declared. Our vaccination programs have been impacted by the pandemic in 2020, and at the beginning of 2021 we came across 4 cases with acute flaccid paralysis, and we've also detected vaccine-derived polioviruses. We must remain on our guard to keep being a country free of poliovirus. So a national vaccine campaign against poliomyelitis is foreseen, and Madagascar will relaunch its work and intensify research so that we can continue working on the destruction of infectious and potentially infectious materials, and we're going to continue with our vaccination within the context of COVID. Our prevention plan has been foreseen with human resources mapping, and the resources have unfortunately been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we call on the assistance of the WHO and all partners so that they can help us ensure that we continue benefiting from the progress that had been made on polio. Thank you, Madagascar. I'd now like to give the floor to Thailand, to be followed by Australia. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand know the report on the polio eradication, implementation of Nagoya Protocol, and enhancement of laboratory biosafety. COVID-19 has dramatically affected polio eradication and access to the polio vaccine and treatment, especially countries with wide polio virus endemic. Thailand urged WHO not to lose the momentum of polio eradication during the health emergency. Polio eradication program must be sustainably financed. We urge every member state to develop the national action plan on polio and to ensure its effective implementation. Chair, Thailand emphasized the importance of timely pathogen sharing in the pandemic situation and reiterate that country must benefit from its genetic resource sharing. We raised concern over the survey received only 118 complete respondents when compared to the large number of more than 3,000 incomplete response. My delegation are partly convinced by the Secretariat that the problem of receiving small complete respondents may be partly due to the COVID-19 situation. My delegation recommends that, as the scientist, the Secretariat should not be self-certified, but should explore the root cause of the problem and try to obtain better response of the survey. The survey results indicate that some countries have not received the benefit, and this result alarmed the WHO to assist member states in strengthening the capacity building and promoting the benefit of pathogen sharing and clearinghouse development so as to ensure the effective implementation of Nagoya Protocol at domestic level. Chair, Thailand has invested in biosafety during the COVID-19 pandemic through the establishment of 308 SARS-CoV-2 detection labs. Many concepts were implemented, and the floor was established for inspection to evaluate the safety and the efficiency of our lab by using RT-PCR tests. Infrastructure, staff competency, biosafety cabinet, and all relevant material used in the test were firstly inspected. Then the proficiency testing was implemented. Before launching the test service, all labs need to pass both evaluation. Chair, we would like to emphasize the importance of internal and external auditing system to ensure the quality and the safety of SARS-CoV-2 lab network. Thank you so much.
Je remercie Nathalie.
Thank you, Thailand. Now we will have a break. Before we have a break, I will give the floor to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking today on item 21 regarding poliomyelitis. COVID-19 has caused far-reaching impacts, but also presents a unique opportunity for change. One positive has been the pandemic has helped accelerate the integration of polio functions into essential immunisation programs. We're pleased to see that after a pause, the Global Polio Eradication Initiative has been able to resume vaccination campaigns in endemic and outbreak countries for wild and vaccine-derived polio. We thank the GPEI for their efforts to maintain active oversight of polio transition, including through the new dashboard for monitoring of progress on polio transition in priority countries. Australia supports GPEI's revised and strengthened strategic plan for polio eradication and its increased focus on integrating polio vaccination into broader essential immunisation and ongoing health programs. In particular, we're pleased with the greater focus on accountability through the implementation phase. With the likelihood of budget constraints, there is a need to have ongoing prioritisation of efforts and budget allocation. We note the recommendations made in the report of the Independent Monitoring Board on polio eradication and polio transition, and urge the GPEI to ensure they are addressed as a priority. From COVID-19, we should continue to capitalise on momentum to sustainably integrate polio functions into broader health and surveillance systems, thereby progressing multiple health outcomes at global, regional and national levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Honourable delegates, we will now be taking a break. Madam Chair, I give you back the floor.
Thank you to everyone. We have come to the end of our meeting this morning, so we will suspend the discussion on items 19, 20 and 21. Before we close, I will ask the moderator to read out the list of member states with their hands raised. Welcome back. We will now resume the discussion on the agenda items 19, 20 and 21. Before the break, the moderator read the list of member states who wish to take the floor. I will invite you to please raise your hand again to indicate that you still wish to make a statement. I would now like to give the floor to the moderator to manage the list of speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now give the floor to Bangladesh, to be followed by Egypt.
Thank you, moderator. Madam Chair. Thank you, moderator. Madam Chair, we would like to thank WHO for the updated reports on poliomyelitis and Nagua protocol. At the outset, we would like to express our concern at co-circulation of wild poliovirus type 1 and circulation of vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 in some parts of the world, particularly in African and Mediterranean regions, as well as in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Rightly mentioned in the report that this circulation points to gaps in routine immunization coverage in addition to insufficient quality of outbreak response with monovalent oral polio vaccine type 2. As such, repurposing of resources for COVID response has magnified the risk of further spread of such strains or emergence of new strains. Therefore, it is critically important to mobilize resources to contain the spread of poliovirus. We are alarmed at the assessment of the Emergency Committee on the International Spread of Poliovirus that current situation is extraordinary with clear ongoing and increasing risk of international spread and ongoing need for coordinated international response. Bangladesh's success story in polio eradication is globally acclaimed. Mentionable, Bangladesh was certified polio-free in 2014 and continues to sustain polio-free status since 2006. Mentionable, vaccine-derived poliovirus have never been detected in Bangladesh. As one of the 16 priority countries, Bangladesh has developed the polio transition plan to be implemented in 3 phases by 2026. We would like to highlight our vaccination program to forcibly displaced Rohingyas currently living in Bangladesh as per national schedule. In view of the foregoing, we would like to put forth the following. First, we support the global polio eradication initiative such as the Immunization Agenda 2030 and the 2021-2025 strategy of Gavi at the strategic level. Second, we emphasize global emergency preparedness and response to any outbreak of poliovirus of any region. And finally, in the spirit of CBD and Nagua protocol, we urge upon WHO member states to have solidarity and unity to ensure fair and equitable benefit sharing arising from sharing of pathogens and sequences. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I now give the floor to Egypt, to be followed by Kenya.
Of the Regional Subcommittee for Polio Eradication and Outbreaks, which was established by a resolution of the Regional Committee for the Eastern Mediterranean. The Regional Subcommittee offers a new ministerial level channel to galvanize political support, leverage funding, particularly domestic funding, and raise the profile of polio as a public health emergency of international concern. It's established, reflected the firm commitment of the Eastern Mediterranean region to do whatever it takes to stamp out poliovirus transmission and achieve eradication. We often say that polio anywhere is a threat to children everywhere. In Eastern Mediterranean region, this has never been more true. While the poliovirus continues to circulate in 2 countries in the region, and 4 countries are dealing with the outbreak of vaccine-driven poliovirus type 2. Also, VDPV2 was isolated from environmental samples in 1 country beside a VDPV2 event in 1 country, and a CVDPV1 outbreak is also 1 country. In a region where population movement across borders is frequent and on the race, and where immunization has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, polio is a problem for us all. Through the regional subcommittee, we aim to solve it forever through collective public health actions. This includes all of us preparing for the use of the novel oral polio vaccine type 2 as a more definitive solution of CVDPV2. The regional subcommittee will not function in isolation, but will work with the cultural, political, religious, and civil society partners to promote the political and social neutrality and acceptance of the polio eradication program. We will work to facilitate across to vaccination for all children, particularly those living in areas of conflict and insecurity, and promote the establishment of essential health and civic services in communities where polio is entrenched. Our work involves enormous challenges, including funding and access to name just 2. The regional subcommittee is committed to finding ways to maximize domestic funding in order to mitigate the precarious financial situation of the global polio eradication initiative. We also call for sustainable access to enable health workers to reach every child where polio vaccine and other essential health services. We must also recognize the crucial role of the polio eradication program has played over the years in building health infrastructure and workforce in the region. This was very evident during the response of the COVID-19 pandemic in countries in the region that have eradicated polio, and as part of polio transmission efforts, it is imperative for us to ensure these assets are well utilized and integrated into national health systems, in particular to strengthen immunization and emergency response systems. Your Excellencies, today I call up all member states to reignite their commitment and
apologies
for
the delegation of Egypt. Your time has now elapsed. Thank you for your intervention. We will continue with Kenya to be followed by Malaysia.
Thank you, Moderator. Chair, Kenya aligns our statement with that made by Angola on behalf of the African region member states. We thank the Secretariat for their report contained in EB 148/21 in response to the World Health Assembly's request for information on current pathogen sharing arrangements as well as implementation of access and benefit sharing measures. In our view, the report fails to adequately elaborate on benefit sharing practices, and we recommend that further work is done in this area. We wish to once again reiterate the importance of the Secretariat taking into account Member States' obligations under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol as they engage in all discussions on pathogen sharing. Kenya believes that any options considered by WHO should not be in contradiction with international frameworks ascribed by the larger proportion of WHO member states, and that such discussions should be alive to the fundamental differences between member states on this issue. Chair, we thank the Director General for presenting the report on enhancement of laboratory biosafety. Kenya has taken deliberate steps to strengthen biosafety and biosecurity management, specifically through an enhanced coordination framework based on a One Health approach, as well as capacity building at all healthcare levels, through training, accreditation, and development of guidelines and procedures. We are also in the finalization stages of a national biosafety and biosecurity policy for the country. In the interim, Kenya continues to conduct laboratory biosafety and biosecurity trainings to protect health personnel, patients, and the environment against infectious agents, as well as other hazards. We therefore support the recommendations for strengthening of national biosafety and biosecurity activities through increased financing, provision of biosafety equipment, and enhanced biosafety and biosecurity training at all levels. Chair, turning to polio, we take note of the polio-related reports and acknowledge the negative impact that COVID-19 has had on routine immunization services. With regards to polio, Kenya faces increased risk of importation of the vaccine-derived polio virus type 2 from neighboring countries where outbreaks continue to be reported. At the moment, Kenya is responding to an outbreak of vaccine-derived polio virus and is also in the final preparatory processes for the initiation of a national-wide use of the novel oral polio virus vaccine. In conclusion, and in line with the regional statement, Kenya is concerned about the reducing funding for polio eradication activities and requests the Secretary to take specific actions to sustain polio eradication activities, including catch-up activities for marginalized and vulnerable populations. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I now give the floor to Malaysia, to be followed by the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Isa from National Public Health Laboratory, Disease Control Division, Ministry of Health, Malaysia. Firstly, Malaysia take notes of the document SF24/18 and Resolution WHA 58.29 related to enhancements of laboratory biosafety and the reports on poliomyelitis in documents S74/19 and 20. Malaysia, through Ministry of Health as the main agency with inter-ministry involvement and relevant parties, are committed to improving laboratory biosafety requirements and practices for the country as part of national measures on health security. In view of the previous major outbreak involving high-consequence pathogen as well as ongoing pandemic COVID-19, the regulatory framework, policy and guideline related to laboratory biosafety has been optimized, reviewed, and continuously be improved to reduce the relevant step and strengthen laboratory biosafety in line with the national, cross-border as well as international requirement. In addition, as a member state of WHO, the implementations of International Health Regulation 2005 with specific pillar on lab capacity has facilitated the whole process. And as one of the focus areas highlighted under the 5-year plan, Malaysia's strategy for emerging diseases and public health emergency, the lab biosafety aspect is continuously being monitored and enhanced through enactment of relevant law and developments of specific guidelines governing the biosafety requirement, namely Biosafety Act 2007, which was enforced in 2009, and Malaysia Laboratory Biosafety and Biosecurity Policy and Guidelines, which was published in 2015. This effort is further consolidated through establishments of Biosafety and Biosecurity Subcommittee under the National Health Laboratory Steering Committee. Madam Chairman, in line with this, Malaysia fully supports the WHO recommendation on enhancements of laboratory biosafety and urge all member states to strengthen our collaboration and networking in a more cohesive manner. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, while the effort continues to control COVID-19 pandemic globally, the growing threat from vaccine-derived poliovirus is concerning. Malaysia is thankful for the technical guidance and support given by Global Polio Eradication Initiative, partners throughout our effort to control
the interpreters apologize. Speakers speaking too quickly and the sound quality is too poor for interpretation.
Apologies to Malaysia. We have heard from our interpreters that they were unable to capture the later portion of your statement. Could you kindly slow down and provide the statement again?
Okay, thank you. Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. Well, the effort continue to control COVID-19 globally. The growing threat from vaccine-derived poliovirus is concerning. Malaysia is thankful for the technical guidance and support given by Global Polio Eradication Initiative partners throughout our effort to control the spread of circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus in the country. We urge the involvement of Global Polio Eradication Initiative partners and other international organizations in coordinating and assisting countries to address the issues of highly mobile cross-border, stateless population, and undocumented migrants who are at risk of missing not only routine immunization but also vaccination campaign. Effort to address this marginalized population will not only benefit polio control but integrated with other vaccine preventable disease and health.
The interpreters apologize, the sound quality is too poor to interpret.
Can I continue then?
Yes, please. Can you also kindly come closer to your mic so that we can improve the quality of the sound?
Okay. Is it better?
Much more clear, thank you.
Thank you for the technical problems. May I just repeat a couple of sentences before this?
That would be perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. We urge the involvement of Global Polio Eradication Initiative partners and other international organizations in coordinating and assisting countries to address the issues of highly mobile cross-border stateless population and undocumented migrants who are at risk of missing not only routine immunization but also vaccination campaign. Effort to address this marginalized population will not only benefit polio control but integrated with other vaccine preventable disease and health programs that will ensure universal health coverage is achieved. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome the development of polio eradication strategy for year 2022-2026, which also focus on the goal to stop circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus transmission and prevent outbreaks in polio-free regions. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. I now give the floor to the Syrian Arab Republic, to be followed by Indonesia.
We thank the Secretariat for the report. With regard to polio, since 1995 we have not had any polio cases, but because of the war, we've seen now a return of this scourge. We first had a number of outbreaks of wild polio from the Pakistani variant, and then we also saw type 2 in 2017. Then we responded and we were able to find a proper vaccine, and we have also been addressing this through oral vaccination. Now, again, we've had a new return due to the war in 2013, and this has, of course, been a major danger for us. We are dealing with it, and we will continue our routine vaccinations. We also came up with a response and preparation plan to make sure that there were no imported cases of polio coming into Syria. Syria has therefore been able to put an end to the circulating vaccine-derived virus. And the Ministry of Health will continue its vaccine campaigns in a routine fashion. Despite these outbreaks that I've mentioned, our health system is strong, I can confirm that, and again, despite the war, we have been able to continue our vaccination campaigns to eradicate polio. We will continue, and we consider that this is a priority. With regard to COVID-19, it of course had a negative impact on our vaccine campaign, but we were also able to exchange experience with regard to acute polio. We have a laboratory which has been certified. It's been working since 1994, and it diagnoses and sequences. We're working on a global plan of action, and we have the samples that we need. We also import samples from other countries. With regard to control, we hope that this disease can be eradicated through vaccination. And of course, we support the report of the WHO. And we are registering all cases of CVDV2. With the plan of action that we are applying, we are continuing our vaccine activities.
Elapsed. I now give the floor to Indonesia, to be followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to thank to the Secretariat for preparing the documents under these agenda items. During the Executive Board, we have stated our concern regarding the validity of the survey conducted by WHO related to Agenda 19. We are mindful that a flaw in the survey design could lead to an inaccurate interpretation of the results and future recommendations. We all therefore ask the Secretariat to provide time and space to discuss the result of the survey in consultation with Member States. Chair, the current pandemic has highlighted the need for such benefit sharing mechanism to ensure equity in access to vaccine diagnostic during the public health emergency. Indeed, one of the IHR Review Committee recommendations stated that development of strategies of sharing of pathogens for surveillance and public health response, including for the development of effective countermeasures, should also address this need for equitable global access to benefits arising from their sharing. Therefore, Indonesia supports the need to share data and pathogens that is in accordance to the principles of transparency, equity, clarity, consistency, and fairness, and has done so through established globally recognized mechanisms such as Global Initiative Sharing All Influenza Data named GISAID. This is a key for all of us to recover together. We can recognize the various initiatives proposed by WHO and partners to facilitate rapid sharing of pathogens. However, we are concerned that some of the initiatives are not properly governed and did not sufficiently involve Member State consultation. We reject the notion that Nagoya Protocol is the main cause of delayed sharing of pathogens with pandemic potential. We have to consider other factors such as biosafety and biosecurity issue that according to the WHO study on influenza virus sharing may contribute to the delay of the sharing. Therefore, we propose the Secretariat to actively and properly involve and consult Member States, especially for initiatives related to sharing of pathogen, including genetic sequences data and its benefit, where the PIP framework can serve as reference for prudently developing a rapid sharing mechanism. Chair, lastly, on resolution WHO HA 5829, we believe that maintaining laboratory biosafety and biosecurity is critical in handling and containing pathogens of high consequence to prevent future pandemics. We need to maintain and further strengthen our national laboratory biosafety and biosecurity to optimize the implementation of IHR 2005 through the international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now give the floor to the Islamic Republic of Iran, to be followed by Afghanistan.
Thank you, moderator. Madam Chair, we appreciate WHO for developing endgame polio eradication document. I draw your attention to the following points. First is the outbreak of CVDPV Fortunately, while polio virus cases in Afghanistan and Pakistan are declining in recent months, and we commend their colleagues in these countries, yet the ascending CVD-PV cases cannot be neglected, particularly with its unexpected nature and in pandemic situation, as the response to this outbreak is much more difficult and complicated. The advisory group for poliomyelitis should consider this very seriously and take clear measures to address this concern. It appears that migration and travel from polio endemic countries is very important, especially for neighboring countries. This phenomenon makes surveillance and response difficult, and it necessitates at least the neighboring and affected countries to have regular meetings to solve this issue. Otherwise, huge expenses would be imposed on such countries and their health system. Second is the introduction of oral NOPV2 was reviewed and discussed carefully in NITAC, so further information about NOPV2 is needed to make better decisions. Third is the impact of COVID pandemic on polio surveillance, which has made through concerns. Strengthening the surveillance system should be reiterated and supported during pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to Afghanistan, to be followed by Zambia. Afghanistan, you have the floor. It appears we are experiencing technical issues, so we will continue with Zambia, to be followed by the United Arab Emirates. Afghanistan, we will come back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Zambia aligns the statement to that made by Angola on behalf of the African region. The work of the Secretariat in the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol to enhance public health deserves special recognition, and we wish to add our voice to recommending that this continues, with particular attention paid to key issues such as strengthened transparency, equity, and increased capacity worldwide for both the sequencing of pathogen genomes and the analysis of those genomes. Chairperson, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to challenges in laboratories biosafety, resulting in the need to establish unparalleled levels of surge testing capacity as rapidly as possible. Despite these challenges, Zambia is currently facing a critical shortage of trained human resource and inadequate PPEs. In addition, most of our laboratories' designs are not suitable for laboratory work, compounded by inadequately disseminated safety manuals and guidelines. For example, out of 30 laboratories assessed using the Strengthening Laboratory Biosafety Program checklist, FY 2020, only 2 scored above 80%. We have thus embarked on ensuring that all strategic documents are revised and updated and ensure their implementation to enhance laboratory biosafety. As we recommit to the resolution of the 148th session in 2021, as Resolution WHA 58.29 on enhancement of laboratory biosafety, we wish to call upon the Secretariat and other stakeholders for support. Finally, Chairperson, we acknowledge the gains scored globally towards polio eradication and applaud the Secretariat, Member States, and all stakeholders for their efforts in this fight. The occurrences in Afghanistan and Pakistan and the circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 within our region, however, continue to serve as a reminder on the need to enhance surveillance and other interventions that have been key to the progress made thus far. Chairperson, Zambia remains committed to the fight against polio and, even amidst the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to routine immunization, we have continued to conduct catch-up immunization activities during the biannual Child Health Weeks, with with deliberate polio mop-up vaccinations in high-risk districts in order to ensure sustained protection of our children from this disease. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. I now give the floor to the United Arab Emirates, to be followed by Ghana.
Esteemed Chair, members of the Health Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the countries in the Eastern Mediterranean region, we would like to thank the Director General's timely report on the public health implications of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. We're pleased to support WHO's efforts on the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources, thereby contributing to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Large-scale, rapid geographically dispersed sharing of SARS-CoV-2 sequences has generally occurred during the pandemic. We are pleased to note that WHO has been tracking mutations and variants since the start of the COVID-19 outbreak. As a result of the efforts by WHO and the member states, the global SARS-CoV-2 laboratory network includes a dedicated virus evolution working group, which aims to detect new changes quickly and assess their possible impact. Timely pathogen sharing allows scientists to better track how the virus is changing for better monitoring and responding to the evolving pandemic. Genetic sequence data were made available by being uploaded to the GISAID initiative database and a number of other databases. We appreciate the efforts of WHO and collaborators in this regard. While we agree on the updates provided by the Director General on Nagoya Protocol, the member states of the Eastern Mediterranean region would like to highlight the following points for your active consideration. Member states shall take legislative, administrative, or policy measures with the aim of ensuring that benefits are shared in a fair and equitable way with the communities concerned. Member states shall encourage users and providers to direct benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources towards the conservation of biological diversity and the sustainable use of its components. Member states shall collaborate and cooperate in technical and scientific research and development programs. Member states should cooperate in the capacity building, capacity development, and strengthening of human resources and institutional capacities. And at the same time, we urge WHO as Secretariat to sustain their support to member states in the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol, particularly dealing with its public health implications. Similarly, in this period of intense focus on testing for SARS-CoV-2, we take the opportunity here to highlight the inherent risk in the handling of infectious agents and the WHO's commitment to enhancing laboratory biosafety as enshrined in Resolution WHA 58.29 in 2005. Joint external evaluation in the recent past have revealed important gaps in biosafety.
My apologies to the United Arab Emirates. Your time has now elapsed. I now give the floor to Ghana, to be followed by the Bahamas.
Madam Chair, Ghana aligns to the statement made by Uganda on behalf of the 47 member states of the Africa region on the public health implications of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. The UN Convention on Biological Diversity recognizes the sovereign rights of states over genetic resources originating from countries and makes access to such resources subject to the territory-informed consent of the country, providing the resource on mutual agreed terms. This principle, elaborated by the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization, obliges contracting parties to adopt enabling national legislations to give effect to the principles of timely access and benefit sharing on equal footing. Unfortunately, pathogen sharing for public health has often lacked fairness and equity, with many countries unable to access wide range benefits including treatments developed from genetic resources they provided, due to patent restrictions and prohibitive monopoly prices of pharmaceutical companies. Ghana therefore welcomes the WHO proposals for further work on timely sharing of the pathogens and corresponding benefits, as this is crucial for public health practice, progress and development in the areas of food safety, antimicrobial resistance, tuberculosis, HIV, malaria, and emerging high threats like COVID-19. On enhancement of laboratory biosafety, Ghana acknowledges that laboratory workforce form a critical component of the healthcare workforce. Such work is not without its operational hazards, and these risks have recently received considerable publicity as a result of some unfortunate laboratory-acquired infections, especially during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Ghana appreciates the WHO for supporting member states through the publication of strategic and technical documents, the development and implementation of instruments and tools and capacity building relating to laboratory biosafety. We further commend the Secretariat for ramping up its efforts in tandem with member states and partners to help attain and ensure safe and secure laboratory operations, containment of biological hazards, and prevention of natural, accidental, or deliberate release. We call for continued support and urge WHO to expedite initiatives like extending the network of collaborative centers, national regulatory authorities, and their contributors, as well as enhancing the function and building the membership of the Biosafety Advisory Group. In relation to polio surveillance, Ghana continues to mount and sustain polio surveillance through the IDSR, and said teams have been deployed to support the regional and district counterparts. Ghana aligned.
Apologies to Ghana. Your time has now elapsed. I now give the floor to the Bahamas, to be followed by Angola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laboratory biosafety has come to increasing prominence globally in recent years, particularly in light of COVID-19. The Bahamas' National Laboratory Network has benefited from several laboratory biosafety initiatives sponsored and/or co-sponsored by WHO, including IATA's Infectious Substances Shipping Training, National Biosafety Guidelines workshops, and participation in regional biosafety working groups. Such initiatives increases the Bahamas' compliance with the IHR and strengthens our overall biosafety measures and measurements nationally. Madam Chair, the Bahamas is an archipelago with a highly centralized population in its capital, Nassau, as well as a concomitant centralization of laboratory infrastructure. From the perspective of national biosafety considerations, this means shipping potentially infectious samples and biohazardous waste from the family islands to Nassau. COVID-19 has resulted in expanded use of rapid antigen testing to non-laboratory settings throughout our archipelago, with attendant benefit and risk. As such, there is therefore ongoing need for IATA's infectious substance shipping training for healthcare personnel throughout the archipelago and training for local airlines and couriers. There's also need for a national biosafety policy, which was halted because of the pandemic, but which is still necessary to provide a framework for national biosafety monitoring and/or intervention. Given the current national and global focus on COVID-19, enhancing laboratory biosafety is best approached strategically and pragmatically through strengthening COVID-19 responsiveness, such as standardized biosafety training for COVID-19 rapid antigen testing, training of national biosafety officers in containment measures, biosafety assessment tools, and software. Madam Chair, enhancing laboratory biosafety is of utmost importance in a small island developing archipelago like the Bahamas. Emphasis should be placed on enhancing biosafety in non-laboratory settings where point-of-care testing is taking place, particularly in sparsely inhabited family islands with low infrastructure. Continuous training of IETS shipping is vital to limiting biosafety incidents. Nationally, biosafety monitoring can be enhanced through multi-level training and improved information technology, but ultimately must be undergirded by a national biosafety policy. I thank you.
Thank you to the Bahamas. I now give the floor to Angola, to be followed by Pakistan.
In promoting the discussion on awareness on laboratory safety, a topic that's been quite relevant and has gained even more prominence since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic. As well all know, laboratories are starting pointing for the diagnosis and adequate patient care. And for this reason, we consider that they are an important component of national health system. Not only that, but also research laboratories are the hope for a better future if we look at solutions to deal not only with this current pandemic, but also for many other diseases that are a great concern. If the structures are not properly composed and secured, the rest of the care chain will certainly not have a necessary quality. In addition, it is important to highlight the daily work carried out by laboratory technicians who determinedly contribute to the meeting the needs and are imposed these days at all levels. Mr. Chair, considering this issue, Angola has been investing for improving laboratory working conditions as well as the training of staff that compose them. Last year, 4 level 2-3 laboratories were built in 4 different regions of the country to respond to COVID-19 and to support the diagnosis of other relevant diseases, taking in account our epidemic context. And the National Reference Lab has a substantial increase to support its activities as well as to promote scientific research. However, for all to involve steadily and safely access to biosafety products and materials must be reasonable at all member states and effectively accessible. Angola recognizes WHO efforts in matters related to the technical guidance tools and capacity building activities, but reinforced the need for advocacy, coordination and guidance in learning, mobilization of resources, monitoring and evaluation, and collaboration, both bilateral and multilateral, in order to ensure safety and secure operations in the biomedical laboratories. Finally, Angola supports the proposals made, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Angola. I now give the floor to Pakistan, to be followed by Iraq.
Madam Chair, despite a multitude of challenges, Pakistan has come a long way in its war against polio and have won many battles on multiple fronts through consistent hard work, determination, and resilience. Post-2014 surge, reporting over 300 cases, we made tremendous strides during 2015 and 2018. In 2019, we struggled against vaccine hesitancies sparked by the Peshawar incident, and the virus got an opportunity to hit back quite hard, both in terms of WPV1 as well as the VDPV2. The program had to regain its momentum by shifting a few hard blocks, particularly bringing back the approach of one team, ensuring commitment of the senior political leadership, and overcoming vaccine acceptance among the communities. Our dynamic EOCs and committed frontline workers were supported by the political leadership to regain the pace. Madam Chair, the Transform program resumed the implementation of the SIAs along with an intense focus on strengthening the essential immunization in a sustainable manner. Unfortunately, the world was struck by the COVID-19, and to ensure the safety of our frontline workers and minimize the potential spread of the COVID-19 virus, planned polio eradication campaigns were suspended for a 4-month period in alignment with the recommendation of the GPEI and Polio Oversight Board. Essential immunization service delivery was affected due to the closure of OPDs and movement restriction. Nevertheless, in these 4 months, Pakistan Polio Eradication Program made tremendous contribution in support of the country's response to COVID-19 through its extensive surveillance, operation, and communication networks. We did not lose focus on our aim, and consensus decision was taken to aggressively resume campaigns from July 2020 to plug the immunity gap resulting from this halt. We further initiated a nationwide enhanced outreach program to ensure immunization of all eligible children against vaccine-preventable disease, including polio. Madam Chair, I am pleased to inform that so far this year, 2021, only WPV1 case has been reported from Killa Abdullah district of Balochistan as compared to 50 cases from 24 districts last year. To effectively tackle risk of CVDPV2, the introduction of novel polio vaccine is also around the corner, which will significantly aid the country in addressing vaccine-derived viruses. All this hard work demonstrates the ability of the program to go beyond traditional approaches and being innovative in rapidly changing local, national, and even global context. Madam Chair, Pakistan and Afghanistan program will continue close coordination to interrupt transmission throughout shared corridors to stop polio virus circulation in between and across both countries. Campaigns have also been anchored with a great focus on vaccination at border crossing. We are confident that through one team approach and consistent support of our partners, we will effectively tackle the remaining challenges and ultimately bring Pakistan and the world closer to a polio-free future. I thank you.
Pakistan.
Thank
Your
you,
time has now elapsed. I now give the floor to Iraq, to be followed by Chile.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The interpreter says the sound is cutting out a great deal. We welcome the efforts made to work on the eradication of polio. Our country received the support of the WHO for the eradication of polio, and that over the last 30 years, thanks to all these efforts and commitments, Iraq has been able to eradicate polio in the year 2000, and we've had no cases until 2014. The wild polio virus has reappeared. We were able to bring an end to this epidemic thanks to a very rapid response, and since then we've had no more cases. We were able to support the public health functions which are necessary, in particular the diagnosis of epidemics and their response through a surveillance system, and thanks to the efforts of the accredited polio laboratories and our massive vaccination campaigns. COVID-19 has had consequences at all levels, be it local, regional, or national, and the number of cases of vaccine avoidable illnesses have increased. We've needed to provide ever more support for routine vaccination programs in order to ensure that we affect the work. The interpreter says the sound is cutting a great deal.
It appears that the sound is cutting in and out. Can you kindly come closer to your microphone and repeat those last statements?
Thank you. COVID-19 pandemic has had a consequence on immunization, be it at a regional or local level. Indeed, the number of cases has increased and we've had a reduction of vaccination, so we need to support more of our routine vaccination campaigns so that we can reach the various vulnerable groups through the provision of vaccination services in an equitable and fair manner. We have also got risks which are linked to religious gatherings, which can increase the risk of contamination. Let us continue to work to diminish the risks and to prevent the propagation of wild poliovirus or vaccine-derived poliovirus. Thank you.
Thank you, Iraq. I now give the floor to Chile, to be followed by Mauritius.
Thank you, moderator. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the clear and summarized report and the amendments to the text. In the area of the enhancement of laboratory biosafety, coronavirus has once more renewed the importance of biosafety in the area of healthcare and for the general population. Our country has always borne in mind the guidelines offered by the WHO on biosafety. The new and updated publications, in particular the 4th edition of Laboratory Safety Manual, are a support tool for healthcare personnel, which is a national standard in the area of biosecurity and biosafety. And on a national level, the National Public Institute for Public Health maintains a training program on biosafety aimed at staff throughout the national territory so that we can continue to provide a response during the pandemic. Within the framework of the Global Poliomyelitis Eradication Initiative, Chile is working on a national inventory of material which is potentially infectious. In Chile, the last case of wild poliomyelitis came about in 1975, and then following anti-polio vaccination throughout the country, from 1961. Since that time, we have had high vaccination coverage and systematic vigilance for acute flaccid paralysis in those under the age of 15. In this way, Chile has committed and added to the efforts of the International Committee to eradicate polio. In the current context of the pandemic, we think that support of the WHO in the regions is ever more important, so that we have a systematic support for the anti-polio teams. And as a country, we fully agree that we need greater capacity for the assessment of risks and the development of investigation and research programs on safety based on reliable data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. I now give the floor to Mauritius, to be followed by Sudan.
Excellencies, laboratories biosafety is of utmost importance, specifically in these challenging times. We all acknowledge that laboratory services have become a powerful tool in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. PCR, serological tests, and even sequencing of virus samples have become key to prevention strategies around the world. In Mauritius, in the wake of the pandemic, our government was prompt in enhancing the capacity of its laboratory services. As an island state, it was crucial for us to maximize caution at our port of entries. Our national airport is thus equipped with a newly fledged laboratory since 2020. The Mauritian government has also implemented a COVID-19 laboratory information management system, LIMS, whereby lab results are swiftly shared so as to ensure the security of incoming passengers and our population at large. Hardly 400 PCR tests in March 2020 Mauritius now has the capacity to conduct more than 2,000 PCR tests daily. In addition, we also sought the collaboration of private labs to enhance our testing capacities, and these strategies have yielded excellent results. Mauritius is continuing to improve its lab services with the setting up of a COVID-19 sequencing program, which should be fully operational as from next month. I wish here to thank the World Health Organization for its precious support in training our lab staff regarding the specificities of sequencing. The WHO also facilitated collaboration between the Mauritius Central Laboratory and its reference laboratory in South Africa. I am confident that the WHO will continue to support countries in improving their lab facilities through continuous training, audits, and risk assessment for regulatory requirements. Laboratory expertise will continue to be crucial in the world's management of the pandemic. Capacity training and access to innovative tools and methods shall be accessible to all countries across the world. To conclude, I wish to pay tribute to all lab staff and to all the men and women of this planet working in the front line against a deadly virus. It's our duty as policy makers to cater for their safety at work. Without them, this global fight we are all engaged in will be deeply compromised. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mauritius. I now give the floor to Sudan, to be followed by Afghanistan. Sudan, you have the floor. We will continue on with Afghanistan, to be followed by Eswatini. Afghanistan, if you can kindly restart your remarks and come closer to the microphone. We appear to be experiencing technical issues with the sound quality. We will continue with Eswatini and then we will return to Afghanistan. Eswatini, you now have the floor, followed by Afghanistan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you well.
Okay, thank you. I was having problems switching off the mic. Eswatini welcomes the resolution on ending violence against children through health system strengthening and multi-sectoral approaches. We saw this document as a means to address violence in children within the COVID pandemic, and had the hope that it would equip children with economic and social skills, enabling them to have a better life. Eswatini actively engaged in discussions, and it is most regrettable that we couldn't reach a consensus with the Russian Federation and Egypt on the text, thus compelling us to have two versions. Eswatini aligns with the proposal draft by the Russian Federation, Egypt, Mozambique, and Zambia. The para OP 1.10 has to be based on agreed UNGA and WHA language.
Eswatini, we apologize for the interruption. We are currently on items 19, 20, and 21. The public health implications of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol, enhancement of laboratory biosafety, and polio. We believe your intervention is intended for another item. Do you have an intervention you would like to give for items 19, 20, or 21? Okay, in this case, we will now give the floor to Afghanistan. Our apologies, Afghanistan. Unfortunately, we are still unable to access the sound. We propose at this point we continue on to the list of non-state actors and return to Afghanistan once this technical issue is resolved.
Footprint exerted on polio eradication and for the Global School Polio Eradication Initiative and its alignment with other immunization strategies to achieve 2030 immunization goals and for more coverage to reach zero dose communities. For more than 11 years, Sudan remained free of any wild polio virus cases or any vaccine-delivered ones. Unfortunately, however, in early 2020, circulating vaccine-driven poliovirus type 2 was imported to various states in the country, preceding Sudan. Most recent case of COVID imported to various states in the country was on the 18th of December of 2020, in addition to a positive sewage water sample case occurring last November of 2020. However, this doesn't imply that the virus has been contained. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the health delivery system has negatively affected the quality of IPV campaigns, significantly contributing to the threats posed on ensuring high-quality implementation of response interventions. The heavily burdened health system of Sudan and the gaps in the implementation of nationwide intervention campaigns occurred as a result of delays. Although surveillance sensitivity was impacted in some areas as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, it remained functional, operational, and relevant, and is now reaching levels of sensitivity similar to the pre-pandemic level in most regions. Sudan has allocated significant domestic resources to make this possible, along with strong coordination between partners who significantly contributed to the response. Intensification activities were conducted, including training, orientation, and internal review. Injectable polio vaccine was reintroduced in the routine and API in January 2018. And currently, Sudan plans to introduce the second IPV vaccine on the 27th of June 2021 for high immunity against all three polio viruses amongst Sudanese children. Honorable Chair, the country is well advancing in its implementation of endgame strategies, switch from poliovirus vaccine 2 or 3 to poliovirus vaccine 2. In all, vaccination post was done in the 25th of April 2016. Injectable polio vaccine was reintroduced in the routine of EPI in January 2018. Legacy plans was already formulated and its implementation actually started long ago in 2006 when measles, NNT, and other EPI targeted disease were integrated. The country completed the polio assessed mapping and shared the report with the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. A mission from WHO, IMRO, revised the polio transition plan and made recommendation on implementation of the Polio Act. Sudan calls on WHO to strengthen the cross-border coordination and boost in the country a acute flaccid paralysis surveillance system in terms of human, financial, and logistic resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudan. I now give the floor to Argentina, to be followed by Afghanistan. Argentina, you have the floor.
I would like to refer to points 20 and 21. Argentina takes note of the reports. In the area of biosafety in laboratories, we'd like to say that in the context of the first joint external assessment, we highlighted the excellence, technical excellence of our laboratory services, both in human health under the National Laboratories and Health Institutes and in veterinary health under SENASA. Both institutions, which respectively cover the WHO collaboration centers and the IOE reference laboratories, characterize a robust capacity for leadership and is based on a culture of continuous quality improvement. In terms of polio, with the concern that we share on the respect of the vaccine-derived polio viruses, Argentina has suspended the use of OPV or sarin vaccines and counts with a vaccine program against polio uniquely, simply based on inactivated vaccines. And this is a major quality and equity leap for the populations. And this measure has been implemented throughout the development of the current pandemic, thanks to the ceaseless efforts of many vaccinators. Despite the fact that Argentina is not one of the countries at greatest risk of the import of wild poliovirus or circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus, we find it essential to strengthen and obtain rapidly new anti-polio vaccines of type 2. In terms of containment and certification, our country continues firmly to move towards the verification of the absence of infectious or potentially infectious material of poliovirus in a continuous and sustained way. Despite the difficulties that the pressure from COVID-19 has put on redirection of resources and efforts, we've continued to work on the whole area. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I now give the floor to Afghanistan. Afghanistan, it appears we are still experiencing technical issues with the sound. Our IT team will be working with you accordingly to try and improve the quality of the sound, and we will come back to you. Thank you for your patience as we work through this technical difficulty. We will now continue with the list of non-state actors. Several non-state actors in official relations with WHO have requested the floor on this grouping of agenda items. According to the privileges conferred by the relationship with the World Health Organization, I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the representative of the World Medical Association, to be followed by the United Nations Foundation. The World Medical Association, you have the floor. I now give the floor to the United Nations Foundation, to be followed by the Task Force for Global Health.
Thank you, Moderator. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the United Nations Foundation remains fully committed to global polio eradication, including the importance of polio integration for building strong immunization systems in countries. We commend the GPEI's development of a forward-looking strategy and note that strong political and financial commitments are necessary for the new strategy to succeed. We recognize the challenges that the polio program is facing in the context of COVID-19, as well as the opportunities the pandemic has provided to leverage polio infrastructure for the COVID-19 response. As polio resources are increasingly strained, it is vital to step up integration efforts that are well articulated, feasible, and collaboratively financed. We urge continued support for the call to action on polio and measles outbreak response and encourage continued alignment with the Immunization Agenda 2030. We cannot allow hard-won progress on polio eradication or essential immunization to be reversed. I thank you.
Thank you to the United Nations Foundation. I now give the floor to the Task Force for Global Health, to be followed by Rotary International.
We applaud the WHO Secretariat and the member state for the leadership in our shared goal of polio eradication. The Task Force Polio Surge Center is proud to play a supportive role in the Global Polio Eradication Initiative in partnership with the US CDC. We are concerned about funding cuts to polio eradication implementing partners. These cuts, coupled with the extraordinary burden of COVID-19, will have negative impact on the implementation of polio outbreak response. Maintaining sufficient level of program resources to address growing demands from countries for outbreak response is critical to reaching our common goal for polio eradication. Thank you.
Thank you to the Task Force for Global Health. I now give the floor to Rotary International, to be followed by the Global Health Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Progress to end polio is heartening but fragile. More children are vulnerable due to COVID-related disruptions to essential activities. We must continue to prioritize polio as the only other public health emergency of international concern. Rotary welcomes the GPEI strategy for 2022 to 26, which builds on polio assets and expertise by prioritizing integration and expanded collaboration with partners who have shared priorities in reaching children. The strategy also emphasizes increased ownership and accountability and a focus on gender equality. Rotary is confident that this strategy will achieve and sustain a polio-free world while contributing toward IA 2030 objectives. We have reduced polio incidence by 99.9% through tenacity, innovation, and persistence. These efforts have repeatedly contributed toward other health challenges, including COVID-19. Eradication of polio.
Apologies, Rotary International. Your time has now elapsed. I now give the floor to the Global Health Council, to be followed by Medicus Mundi International, Network Health for All.
Thank you, Chair. This statement will address item 20, Enhancement of Laboratory Biosafety. Global Health Council, in collaboration with the Nuclear Threat Initiative, commend WHO for their accomplishments in developing and implementing laboratory biosafety guidance. We are disappointed that the Assembly may no longer receive regular reporting, but are encouraged by member state calls to continue. We are confident the Secretariat will continue this critical work, providing member states with support and direction. Upholding these systems and practices must remain a priority for the world, especially in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and future health emergencies. We are, however, disappointed in the lack of focus on biosecurity. Biosafety and biosecurity, including research oversight, must be addressed together. We call on the Secretariat to more robustly incorporate biosecurity efforts into future reporting and development actions to strengthen country capacity, develop guidance materials, and instill normative standards globally. Thank you.
Thank you to the Global Health Council. I now give the floor to Medicus Mundi International, Network Health for All.
Thank you, Chair. This MMI is supported by the People's Health Movement. Regarding agenda item 19, we are concerned about inaccuracies in WHO report with respect to influenza virus sharing. We're concerned that the sharing of sequences is not being reciprocated through the sharing of medical products developed based on those shared sequences. We urge WHO to address this inequity. The BioHub initiative is designed outside of the decision-making processes of the Executive Board and of the World Health Assembly. An approach that bypasses the governing bodies of WHO is unlikely to deliver concrete benefit sharing, especially in terms of timely and equitable access to medical products. The hub needs to abide by the principles of the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. The member state-led negotiations for the pandemic influenza preparedness framework resulted in binding benefit-sharing commitments from the pharmaceutical industry within a fair and transparent structure mandated by WHO governing bodies. We stress that member states must lead the process of setting up frameworks for access and benefit sharing of pathogens and viruses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MMI. We now return the floor to Afghanistan. Afghanistan, I kindly ask you to make sure you're not using headphones, to kindly come closer to the computer, and to try your intervention again.
She should sound him, she should alert him.
My apologies, Afghanistan. Unfortunately, we still have no sound. Can you kindly work with your technical team and our IT team and see if you're able to bring sound? I now pass the floor to our chair. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
He's muted. He should unmute.
Thank you very much. I shall now give the floor to the Secretariat to respond. I first give the floor to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chief Scientist. Dr. Swaminathan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank all the member states as well as the non-state actors who have provided their comments and suggestions today. But also I would like to thank you for your collaboration and cooperation over the last year or so as we have been trying to collect data and put together this report. As you know, we were requested in 2019 through WHA 7213 to produce, to look at information and provide information on current pathogen sharing practices and arrangements, the implementation of access and benefit sharing measures, and the potential public health outcomes and other implications, and to provide a report to you. We launched the survey in December of 2019, and it was constructed through a lot of consultations with stakeholders and with the PIP advisory group, and also with the Convention on Biological Diversity Secretariat. As you noted, we received 118 complete responses, even though over 3,000 people, entities had registered for the survey. So there was clearly a lot of interest, and so we could call it a qualified success, because it did not result in a huge response rate. And this is probably because of the COVID pandemic, which came in at the same time as the survey had been distributed. However, we did receive over 300 pages of written comments. So there was quite a lot of qualitative information provided to us, based on which we were able to develop this report. And we have provided in the report exactly what we heard from the respondents. So again, thanks to all of you for the collegial and collaborative way in which this has taken place. We also thank specifically Zambia, UAE, the European Union, the African Group, India, Philippines, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Kenya, Thailand, and Korea. Many of you pointed out the need for further consultations, further discussion, and further work, and you supported the continuation of the work towards a multilateral mechanism that takes into account pathogen sharing, access, and benefit sharing, as well as the public health implications. We are also working very closely, much more closely now with the CBD Secretariat, and we understand that there are now Nagoya expert groups that are developing criteria for specialized international instruments or SIIs under Article 4.4 of the Nagoya Protocol. These SIIs are in principle instruments that address a particular type of genetic resource which will uphold the principles and the goals of the Nagoya Protocol. And it is expected that the parties to the protocol will consider these reports that have been developed by the expert group at the COP-MOP in Kunming, China in October. Many of you also mentioned the BioHub, which is a new initiative, and Dr. Major will say more about that. But certainly it is clear that the benefits that arise from such a system, they need to be very clear, they need to be available as soon as possible and accessible in a transparent and equitable way based on public health needs. And as such, the BioHub is being established with clear operating principles that align with the principles of the Nagoya Protocol. So we take from all of you the message that we need to continue to work on this topic. Many of you also raised the issue of capacity building for genome sequencing and how important that it has become very clear and obvious now during this pandemic that genome sequence data provides a lot of additional information that's almost essential, and it's likely to be true for other pathogens as well. So while we will continue to also work with partners to build and strengthen that capacity in all of our member states, and we'll continue to consult with you as well as with other stakeholders, the CBD and other UN agencies like the FAO and OIE that are also closely involved with this topic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swaminathan. I'll now give the floor to Dr. Jawad Mashor, Assistant Director General, Emergency Preparedness and International Health Regulations. Dr. Mashor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Secretariat thanks Member States for the encouraging comment and commitment in support to the biosecurity. Since the adoption of WHA 58.29 resolution in 2005, Member States and WHO have collaborated in leading to milestone achievement, including WHO's recent release of the truly revised Biosafety Manual, LBM-4. The new manual promotes risk-based approach that enable equitable access and sustainability in biosafety. WHO is ramping up provision of training materials and support for implementation. As requested by Colombia and others, biosafety guidance will be translated into Spanish and other UN languages to facilitate their implementation. During the ongoing pandemic, relatively, WHO rapidly developed and continue updating biosafety guidance and specific COVID-19 since its emergence. Biosafety has drawn more public attention in recent years. There has been a growing construction in high containment facilities across the world, including in resource-limited countries, that facilitate research on high consequences pathogens. While such advancement in science and accessibility is a truly welcome development for the global benefit, this flip side of it's that some of the dangerous pathogens might now be handled and research undertaken without proper facilities, government, and staff competency issues in place. WHO, with the member state and partner, should continue to work together in surmounting the novel risk and leveraging the power of medical science. With decades of experience and established protocol in inspecting the 2 authorized smallpox repositories and recent publication of the National Regulatory Guidance for Biosafety and Biosecurity, WHO is committed to provide various support for each member state and collectively for forging and coordinating a consensus-based framework in engaging scalable and adaptable manner. WHO risk mitigation strategy include mapping of dangerous pathogen manipulation, monitoring of incidents, response and examination of accidents, and universal periodic peer review of critical facilities based on trust and confidence. Your guidance and continued support will be highly appreciated. As part of the WHO transformation, the Secretariat established a dedicated unit to lead this work, to lead WHO work in biosafety in close collaboration with the 6 regional offices and the relevant partner. Finally, as raised by several member states, we welcome the request of reporting regularly to WHA and will be grateful for your guidance on this matter. On the BioHub, and compliment on what Soumya Swaminathan said, the Secretariat would like to thank our member state for your support. Briefing and bilateral engagement with the member state organized this year have heavily contributed to shape the project in its pilot phase. As announced by Dr. Tedros in his opening remark to this assembly, a memorandum of understanding with Switzerland has been signed on the 24th May to host the first WHO BioHub facility. Currently, we are conducting a pilot phase using the SARS-CoV-2 and its variant to test the feasibility and operational arrangement for sharing such material with WHO BioHub facility. The BioHub is a voluntary, trusted, transparent, and readily scalable system that would enable the rapid sharing of biological materials with epidemic or pandemic potential. The BioHub will be a global, end-to-end system that works across laboratories and partners to quickly characterize, sequence, and carry out necessary and risk assessment and other critical public health actions. The BioHub will also increase the availability of health information and knowledge related to biological material with epidemic or pandemic potential, and in due course, medical countermeasures needed to respond to the outbreak of disease to a biological material with epidemic or pandemic potential. The benefits raising from such a system need to be clear, available as soon as possible, and accessible in transparent and equitable way based on public health needs. The BioHub will not replace or interfere with any existing sharing of pathogen mechanism. The Secretariat would like to thank the EU, India, and Germany for emphasizing the importance of using existing instruments such as the PIP framework to ensure fair and equitable access to pandemic response product. The BioHub system is being developed with a view to taking the best features from existing instruments such as the PIP framework and improving them with experience has shown that improvement could be useful, and this includes governance mechanism. We are mindful of Germany's request for clarity about the linkage with such instrument, and we will endeavor to provide details in our written communication as well as through information sessions and other form of consultation. Finally, we thank Kenya, Indonesia, the United Arab Emirates, and Ghana, among others, for a clear call to WHO to ensure that the principle of fair, equitable benefit sharing are strongly promoted in all of WHO work on pathogen sharing. We have heard this call, and we will aim to reflect it in our work going forward on pathogen sharing, including the BioHub system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moshow. I'll now give back the floor to the moderator, as I understand there is a country that wishes to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now give the floor to Afghanistan. Afghanistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Afghanistan would like to appreciate the Secretariat works on polio eradication program reports. Polio is a global challenge and requires global collaborative efforts. The polio eradication program in Afghanistan has witnessed a setback in recent years with a steep rise in wild polio cases, particularly in 2020, with 56 confirmed cases. The situation was further worsened by a massive circulation of vaccines-derived poliovirus across the countries, particularly Pakistan and Afghanistan. Despite the unique challenge in Afghanistan, polio eradication programs were effective. Conducting national and sub-national polio eradication campaigns and enhancing routine immunization were part of those strategies. Security and financial resource limitation are still remain challenging in Afghanistan. Security has acted as a barrier to provide immunization to more than 3.5 million children in insecure areas. And shortage of financial resources are the second factors which limited our efforts to reach every child. Therefore, we are calling for a global attention on both issues to eradicate polio in Afghanistan and save the lives of children across the nations. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Afghanistan, and I am so glad that we resolved those sound issues. I now give the floor back to our chair. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Dr. Susan Jacob, Deputy Director General. Dr. Jacob, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your permission, I would like to hand over the floor to the Director of Polio Eradication, Dr. Aidan O'Leary first, and then I will follow up with the polio transition. Aidan O'Leary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, DG, DDG, friends and colleagues. So thank you very much for the continued commitment of Member States and partners, and for what has been very clear, constructive and overwhelmingly supportive feedback. While the pandemic has demonstrated the value of polio staffing and infrastructure in addressing public health emergencies, disruptions and delays have clearly been experienced. Surveillance sensitivity was adversely impacted, but steady recovery has been made in each of the subsequent quarters. However, pre-pandemic levels have not yet been achieved in all countries, and work is underway to address the challenges to move samples to laboratories. Pause polio campaigns were safely restarted from mid-2020 under strict prevention and control protocols. I take this opportunity to thank all those governments and frontline health workers for the courageous actions taken to restart campaigns as well as surveillance activities as soon as it was safe to do so. As highlighted by Afghanistan and Pakistan, while poliovirus transmission remains restricted to those two countries, with the number of cases and positive environmental isolates from almost 100 sites sharply reduced in 2021 to date. 140 cases were recorded in 2020. Just 2 cases have been recorded over the past 6 months since December. However, there are no grounds for complacency. Gaining and sustaining access to all children in Afghanistan and significantly increasing the coverage of missed children in the core reservoirs in Pakistan remain the key challenges to be overcome to achieve and sustain zero. With increased violence, response to displacement within Afghanistan and across its borders is being strengthened. The emergency associated with circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus emerged at scale in 2019 and continued to expand in 2020 with 1,088 cases reported. The number of cases to date in 2021 is 96, and their geographic spread is narrowing. Since 2016, these outbreaks have occurred where weakened strains of poliovirus circulated for long periods of time amongst zero-dose children until genetically reforming to a form that causes paralysis. As highlighted by Angola, the solutions underway, which focus on the introduction of new vaccine, more timely detection, and higher quality outbreak and response are important. Strengthening essential immunization of zero-dose children will also be key. The new vaccine, novel OPV2 with improved genetic stability, was approved under emergency use listing in late 2020. To date, 32 countries have submitted documents to support readiness, and 7 countries have been verified for use. Nigeria, Liberia, and Benin have successfully conducted campaigns, and safety data is being shared to support transition from initial use to wider use in Q3 of this year. I take this opportunity to thank the African regions for their immense efforts in this regard. 25 of the 32 countries are pursuing readiness, and 6 of the 7 countries that have been verified have been from that region. Insufficient progress towards eradication triggered a strategy revision in mid-2020 to address GPI's strategic and emerging challenges. Under the chairmanship of the DG, a new strategy, delivering on a promise, was initiated, and its summary is footnoted in our report. The key shifts aim to re-establish an emergency focus, together with expanded integration and partnership efforts along 6 distinct work streams. Implementation will be strengthened through better performance and risk management at all levels. I would like to thank in particular Spain, Monaco, and Canada for their work to champion gender, and to highlight that the new strategy very much mainstreams the core elements of the gender equality strategy approved by GPI in 2019. Accountability is also a key pillar with frameworks at the country and global levels, with independent bodies, as well as with this forum, the World Health Assembly of Member States. Ultimately, however, we are all accountable to the world's children to ensure that they're no longer at risk from this highly infectious communicable disease. I thank again all Member States and partners for their continued commitment and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Leary. And now I would like to turn to polio transition. And I would like to thank Member States for the strong support in our work on polio transition, both expressed in the regional statements and also in the country statements like UK, Australia, Canada, Monaco, and many other Member States. Polio transition remains a corporate priority for WHO, and therefore we bring it to every governing body session. We gave a comprehensive overview of our work on this important work stream at the Member States information session ahead of the World Health Assembly, and we will continue to provide regular updates as it was requested by the United Kingdom, with the inclusion and the involvement of the regions and the affected countries. From the date when the Strategic Action Plan was presented to the World Health Assembly in 2018, much has changed, and I would like to flag up briefly 5 issues. First, polio eradication and transition are becoming increasingly interlinked. We need to bring the 2 narratives closer together. And despite remarkable progress that has been made to eradicate polio, challenges remain, as you heard also from Dr. O'Leary. The job is not yet done. This therefore remains a high priority for the organization. But at the same time, we have to proceed also with the transition, and the 2 must go hand in hand. We must have an aligned and coherent narrative to explain the pathway from eradicating polio to sustaining polio assets to strengthen health systems. Second, our focus is to retain polio expertise, knowledge and capacities, but to shift towards a more integrated way of working. In the first few years, polio transition discussions were focused on limiting liabilities. This is no longer the case. Our aim now is to retain the knowledge and the talent where it is most needed, but to use these capacities differently. The polio network is WHO's operational arm in the most vulnerable countries. We now have a chance to use these capacities to reach the GPW 13 targets, to strengthen immunization, disease detection, emergency preparedness, response, and primary health care. This is the only way to ensure continuity, and it is the main objective of our planning for the new biennium. Thirdly, the resource mobilization will be a key. For polio transition to be a success, we need predictable and sustainable resources. Lessons learned from our 20 priority countries show that strengthening national capacities with domestic financing is an incremental process. Until then, WHO must support countries to retain its core capacities. As the polio programs gradually will scale down, we need to scale up WHO's other technical programs, especially immunization and emergencies. This will require full commitment from our member states and funding for the program budget, base budget, as we discussed the other day for 2022-23. The fourth point is that the pandemic has underlined the importance of preparedness and health emergencies and the value of immunization and disease surveillance and the need for building resilient health systems. All of these are the objectives of the polio transition as well. As we saw clearly during the COVID-19, polio staff are an essential part of the public health workforce. In many cases, they were the first available assets on the ground to respond to the pandemic. Now they are doing the same to help with the COVID-19 vaccine rollout. Spain, Australia, Monaco has very clearly emphasized this point. It is our chance to retain this expertise to build back stronger and more robust health systems. And if we do not act now, we will lose this enormous opportunity. And my last point is about the 3 regions that are the priority regions for the polio transition: Afro, Eastern Mediterranean, and the Southeast Asian region, where a lot of progress has been made. In the African region, the continuing circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus outbreaks requires us to move forward with particular prudence in the very high-risk countries of the African region. During a mission that we carried out last week to Brazzaville, we have agreed on a joint action plan under the leadership of Dr. Moeti with our colleagues in the regional office. We are going to swiftly act on the implementation of these joint actions, including planning, resource mobilization, and HR issues, as member states like US, Germany, UK have highlighted this fact. And the regional director, Afro, Dr. Moeti, will speak to this in a minute. But our positions with Afro are fully aligned. With regard to the Eastern Mediterranean region, the regional director and his colleagues are fully committed to polio transition by developing national transition plans in the countries with integrated public health teams, and regional director Emro will speak on this also in a minute. And then finally, the Southeast Asian Regional Office is the most advanced when it comes to polio transition. Much progress has been made to ensure financial and programmatic sustainability, including securing domestic funding to integrate polio assets into the national health systems. And as the US has pointed out, polio transition should happen at the country level, and US quoted the example of India. And I would like to thank the regional directors, Afro, Emro, Searo, for their leadership in moving this forward. I would like to thank the 20 priority countries for their continued commitment, and we continue to finalize the preparation of the country work plans, and thank to all member states for their interest, guidance, support, and look forward to working with you in the coming years. And with this, Madam Chair, I would like to invite the 2 regional directors to take the floor. Regional Director Afro first, Dr. Moeti, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jakob. And thank you, Madam Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, delegates, partners, and colleagues. I'd like to add my own thanks to the member states and the partners for their very constructive comments, recommendations, and their support for our work in polio eradication and polio transition. Less than a year ago, we celebrated a victory that was 25 years in the making by kicking wild polio virus out of Africa. This euphoric public health milestone happened because of the determination and dedication of frontline health workers, communities, governments, and partners. Our work is not yet done, and we're using the platforms we have built together to respond to outbreaks of circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus and to carry out post-certification, surveillance, and immunization. I'd like to particularly thank African countries and partners for rapidly restarting and innovating to deliver polio activities after a pause during the COVID-19 pandemic. African countries are also leading the global charge in rolling out the novel oral polio vaccine type 2 in response to outbreaks. Since July 2020, 53 million African children have been immunized against polio, including 11 million receiving NOPV2. As we move forward with polio transition, we must recognize that the polio team contributes enormously to achieving WHO's triple billion targets. The effective integration of key functions into other programs has been in place in the region for quite a few years. Responsibly further integrating polio functions into other programs will be critical to maximizing the gains against this disease and to leveraging the wealth of expertise and experience that has been built. On protecting people from health emergencies, we know that the WHO African region reports more outbreaks each year than any other region. Polio staff are on the front lines assisting governments and communities to detect and contain outbreaks of measles, cholera, Ebola, and of course, COVID-19. On attaining universal health coverage, polio staff have succeeded using geographic information systems, mobile technologies, and other innovative tools and approaches in making sure that adequate resources reach communities living in the most precarious circumstances. They promote well-being by including other needed interventions within mass immunization campaigns, such as micronutrient supplements, salt iodization, and health education. The polio laboratory network and related staff have been the bedrock on which the rapidly expanding genomic sequencing of COVID-19 in the region has been based, working with influenza surveillance. Having polio surveillance be part and parcel of vaccine-preventable disease surveillance since the 1990s has led to greater efficiency and synergies. 22 African countries have experienced outbreaks of vaccine-derived poliovirus since 2018. Among them are 10 priority countries at highest risk of further outbreaks because of low immunization coverage. To stop these flare-ups by 2023, we call on the Global Polio Eradication Initiative to continue supporting these priority countries in line with the new global polio strategy. We are working with African member states to urgently mobilize resources to implement polio transition plans and absorb polio resources that provide an incalculable benefit to health systems and service delivery. As has already been said by Dr. Jakob, we have worked very hard together in the past few weeks to plan jointly on how to work on this transition. We urge partners interested in realizing broader gains in health development and those concerned about polio transition in the African region to join us on this path, including in contributing to the WHO-based budget. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moeti, for the excellent collaboration and your leadership on these very complex issues in your region. With this, let me pass the floor to Regional Director, Eastern Mediterranean Region, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandari. Over to you, Ardi.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for your introduction. I'm going to give my remarks in Arabic. سيدتي الرئيسة، في الوقت الذي يخوض فيه العالم معركته مع جائحة كوفيد-19 يواجه أيضا إقليم شرق المتوسط طارئة صحية كبرى أخرى ويقوم بحملة كبيرة للتلقيح ضد شلل الأطفال. حيث لا تزال سراية فيروس شلل الأطفال القاري مستمرة في أفغانستان وباكستان. واتسع نطاق فاشيات فيروس شلل الأطفال المشتقة من اللقاحات في العام الماضي نظرا إلى تعطل أنشطة التمنيع بسبب جائحة كوفيد-19. لكن عادت الآن حملات
virus is still there, and the pandemic had stopped our vaccination campaigns, but now they have restarted, and vaccination, and we have seen a reduction in wild poliovirus. We have also introduced a type 2 vaccine in the list of vaccines to be used. Please allow me to thank those who have worked in the fight against polio within the COVID-19 context. Fighting polio allowed us to monitor, diagnose the populations, and the member states for the region set up a committee which aims to work on eradication and to coordinate the efforts for the eradication of polio and and manage the transition phase. We are committed to the 2020-2026 plan as was set out by the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. And to do this, we are cooperating with Iraq, Libya, Sudan, Yemen, and other countries in order to include this dimension of fighting polio as an integrated element. Let us work together in order to guarantee that every child in our region has access to the necessary health services in primary care. Let us work together so that we reach all of these children in Afghanistan, Yemen, Somalia. Let's work together so that we can guarantee the financial support necessary for all of these efforts to eradicate polio. Let's work together to implement this transition phase on polio. And we thank everyone who has worked alongside us, including thousands of people from the Rotary Association who have provided their time and efforts to work on the eradication of polio. This has made the world fairer and safer for children. The investment in preventing polio is an investment for society and the prevention of epidemics and pandemics. If we work together, we can win and free the world of polio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regional Director Al-Mandari, for your leadership both in eradication as well as in transition in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I hand back the floor to Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaco. Now, I would like to give the floor to the moderator to manage the list of speakers which are now available to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with the rules applicable to observers at the World Health Assembly, I have the pleasure to give the floor to the representative of Gavi. Gavi, you now have the floor.
Has made some 13.5 million children in 13 of the world's lower-income countries miss out on vaccinations for polio and other vaccine-preventable diseases, increasing the risk of their resurgence. Gavi welcomes and supports the revised GPEI polio endgame strategy and its alignment with the Immunization Agenda 2030 and Gavi's new 5-year strategy. The shared importance of reaching zero-dose children and mixed communities with comprehensive and equitable immunization services is a point of convergence between Gavi and GPEI, should serve as a linchpin for the revised strategy to achieve a world free of wild and vaccine-derived poliovirus. In addition, Gavi appreciates WHO's commitment and assurance that polio transition will be planned and carried out in a manner that safeguards required core capacities in vulnerable countries to ensure the work and investments necessary to achieve eradication. We call upon member states to fully implement the revised polio endgame strategy, giving particular importance to integrated coordination, planning, and service delivery approaches to reach zero-dose children and communities with other vaccines and primary healthcare interventions. Second, intensify efforts to place communities at the center of eradication and immunization strengthening activities by developing comprehensive, data-driven, and contextually appropriate engagement strategies. Third, accelerate transition of polio essential functions into national systems, leveraging the experience and expertise of polio-funded assets to strengthen routine immunization coverage in the delivery of life-saving vaccines, including polio vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavi. There are no further requests for the floor. Madam Chair, I give the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. Delegate. Specific to Agenda Item 20 on enhancement of laboratory biosafety, I have heard the Secretariat noting member states desire to continue the reporting. As such, I will propose that report are submitted to the Worker Assembly in 2023 and 2025. Are there any objections to this proposal? I see no objections. Thank you. Is the committee ready to note the reports contained in document A74/9, A74/18, A74/19, and A74/20? The reports are noted. I would now like to give the floor to the Director General for some closing remarks. Dr. Tedros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think on these items we have been discussing, my colleagues have covered it, and I don't see the need to add to what they said. So I would only endorse what they said, and we move on back to you, Chair. But I would like to use this opportunity to thank Member States for all their inputs and guidance. Thank you, Madam Chair. But I have one thing to ask. Our Chair of the Committee B, they have just finished their job actually, and he will be leaving because he has some other commitments. So there is one thing, with your permission, we would like to do, to decorate him with a gavel. He has been a great chair. Madam? Yeah?
Yes,
with your
course,
permission.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Gail. So first of all, thank you so much to Dr. Soren Bostrom. He has been chairing not only this year but also last year. Everybody knows his able leadership, and we're very grateful to have you. So thank you so much indeed. From our side, there is a small token in recognition of your leadership of the committee. Thank you so much from all of us. I have to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director General. It's been a pleasure and an honor to chair committee.
You will say after, maybe after, you want to open it?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. All right. I think it's done.
Okay. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is good. So, you can do both. Yes. Now I finally get to control my people back home.
Exactly.
Thank
So,
you.
thanks for doing.
Thank you very much.
And please,
Thank you
you
very
have
much.
the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director General. It's been a great pleasure and a great honor to work with Committee B and to be able to contribute to this World Health Assembly. And thank you for your leadership, and also congratulations to you, Chair of Committee A, for your leadership of a very difficult committee. I did it a couple of years ago at Committee A, so I know it's even more difficult than Committee B. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Soren. Thank you. Okay, Madam Chair, back to you.
Well, congratulations as well, and thank you very much for all. We will now return to the final grouping under agenda item 17, public health emergencies, preparedness and response, and 18, mental health preparedness for and response to the COVID-19 pandemic under Pillar 2. 1 billion more people better protected from health emergencies. To make it clear, we are only addressing World Health Organization's work in health emergencies and strengthening preparedness for health emergencies and mental health preparedness of and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The relevant documents are A74/9, A74/10, Revision 1, and A74/17. We will also consider the draft decision contained in document A74/10, Revision 1, the draft decision contained in document A74/17, the draft resolution contained in document A74/A/conf/2, and the draft decision contained in document A74/A/conf/7. You will recall that we had already opened the debate, but when we suspended this on Wednesday afternoon, there were still several member states wishing to take the floor. As a reminder, interventions are limited to 1 per member state. If you have already intervened on this grouping of items, please refrain from raising your hand. Under this grouping of agenda items, 4 minutes are allowed for a statement by member states as well as for regional statements. I would like to invite member states who still wish to take the floor to please raise their hands now. I would now like to give the floor to the moderator to manage the list of speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now give the floor to the United States of America, to be followed by the Netherlands.
The United States, almost from the very beginning of the pandemic, started evaluating what was working and what was not, for both WHO and member states. We all have much to learn from this pandemic and from each other. It is clear that we must do better, prepare better, respond better, and fulfill our commitment to other member states by fully complying with our commitments under the international health regulations. On behalf of the US, I want to thank the European Union for its work to develop a decision point for the 148th Executive Board that set the stage for member state negotiations on the WHO strengthening resolution. The US was pleased to co-sponsor that decision point, just as we are pleased to co-sponsor this very important resolution. Regarding the decision point calling for a WHO special session to consider an agreement, convention, or other international instrument on pandemics and response, WHO member states worked in a spirit of collegiality and collaboration to come to this joint decision. We must use this very positive engagement as a model to build a strong foundation supportive of the international instrument most appropriate to strengthen WHO and member states. The open-ended working group should begin its work to strengthen the WHO as soon as possible. But I want to be clear that we're talking about WHO strengthening, not because we think WHO is weak, but because we believe we can always do better. This is an evolving process aimed at getting better, stronger, and smarter in pursuit of better health outcomes for all. As of this WHA, I'm sad to say the US has lost over 600,000 of its people to COVID-19. And worldwide, there have been more than 165 million people infected, as well as over 3.4 million people having lost their lives to this pandemic. We can do so much better, and we must do better. Saying never again or build back better isn't a political slogan. It must be our guiding principle as we continue the battle against COVID-19 and strengthen WHO, as well as strengthening our national systems and the broader global health architecture, and our ability to communicate with each other on risks, outbreaks, and other public health concerns. Another critical segment of this discussion is item 18 on mental health preparedness and response for the COVID-19 pandemic. As we focus on containing the virus and restarting our lives, we must not lose sight of the mental health toll this pandemic has taken, and we must ramp up mental health and other support services. Critical services also include provision of sexual and reproductive health services for those who need them. So ultimately, we must be determined, bold, and willing to do what is necessary to take action on what's been agreed at this assembly, so we can reemerge from this global crisis even smarter and stronger than before. The United States is committed to a successful process, one that is transparent, inclusive, ambitious, and effective. With that, I thank you.
Thank you to the United States of America. I now give the floor to the Netherlands, to be followed by Portugal.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Netherlands aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union and wishes to underscore the significance and timely endorsement of the updated Mental Health Action Plan from 2013 to 2030. The COVID pandemic, the disease, but moreover the consequences of physical distancing and loss of lives, employment and food, has increased mental health needs worldwide. But it has also demonstrated the importance of mental health, made it more visible, better understood and more accepted. Hence the broad support for the Executive Board decision on promoting health preparedness and response for public health emergencies. Attention for and access to mental health and psychosocial support services increases resilience of individuals and of communities and their ability to cope and recover. Investing in mental health is needed, and it's a smart thing to do. The Netherlands therefore warmly applauds the inclusion of an MHPSS preparedness indicator in the updated Mental Health Action Plan. We need to invest now to strengthen preparedness, response capacity and resilience for future emergencies. Let us all commit to fully integrating mental health and psychosocial support into our policies, our trainings and into our budgets. This way we can build forward better, and many countries and organizations have shown that an MHPSS inclusive response to a crisis such as this pandemic is feasible. In the coming months, a number of new tools will be launched by WHO. In-depth debates will be organized which support action to improve access to mental health and psychosocial support for all. To further contribute to debate and action, the Netherlands hosts a high-level meeting with core actors, including WHO, in this field on June 11th. Examples will then be shared and evidence discussed on why mental health and psychosocial well-being is needed to cope, recover and advance, and how we can work towards access to mental health and psychosocial support for everyone, everywhere. Do join us on the 11th of June. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the Netherlands. I now give the floor to Portugal, to be followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Mr. Chair, Director General, members of the executive, colleagues, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries of Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro and Albania, the country of stabilization and association process and potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia aligned themselves with this statement. The EU and its member states commend the dedicated and tireless work of the WHO Health Emergency staff. The WHO's normative role and hands-on work, including in high-risk areas and in humanitarian contexts, as the lead agency for the Global Health Cluster, and the enhanced coordination efforts over the past years have shown that WHO leverages results through enhanced collaboration, not only among UN agencies, but also with non-state actors. Nonetheless, it is important that the WHO should always intervene in line with its technical mandate and in complementarity to other best-placed UN agencies and non-state actors that have the capacities and the mandate to deliver frontline work in operational settings, such as dealing with supply chains, logistics, or humanitarian assistance. Cooperation across the GPW pillars is also a key strength for effective preparedness and response. We welcome the work done by WHO in the area of mental health, resulting in the updated Mental Health Action Plan 2013-2030. This plan is an essential tool for strengthening mental health and psychosocial support and preparedness at country level for current and future public health emergencies. Chair, the EU welcomes the ongoing efforts made by IOIC to produce recommendations which help WHO become a key performant in health emergencies and urges WHO Secretariat to implement the recommendations. It is also time for all member states to reflect on how can we ensure more flexible, predictable and sustainable funding to allow the WHG program to deliver swiftly and professionally, including with regard to the performance of its staff, adequate enabling functions and a well-functioning WG contingency fund. The technical capacity and the swift operational responses are first and foremost needed at country level. We should all work to avoid that chronic underfunded activities and lack of human resources result in severe consequences for the security, safety, mental health and well-being of the WHO staff and frontline health workers, working tirelessly in over 50 health emergencies all over the world. Chair, regarding the need to materialize our collective ambition to strengthen WHO, the EU remains a dedicated leader that will continue to uphold its full support to allow WHO to play its fundamental role in preparing and responding to health emergencies. This was made clear, again, when the Council of the EU unanimously adopted Council conclusions on the EU's role in strengthening of WHO last November. The EU appreciates the willingness of the WHO to engage in innovative initiatives responding to the new global health security needs, such as the establishment of the BioHub, the One Health high-level expert panel, and the WHO Hub for Epidemic and Pandemic Intelligence. We look forward to learning more about these initiatives, also stressing the need to avoid duplication of structures in order to sustain efficient and effective work streams. In general, we believe that WHO could benefit from a clear policy to allow oversight by its governing bodies when launching new initiatives. The WHO European region has a policy on geographical dispersed office that could serve as an example in this regard. We welcome the fruitful negotiations on WHO strengthening resolution put for adoption at this World Health Assembly, and we stand ready to constructively engage in the work of the open-ended working group. To conclude, we wish to seek advice from WHO on the possibilities to establish a standing committee for emergencies, and the EU stands ready to engage in such a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. I now give the floor to the Islamic Republic of Iran, to be followed by Azerbaijan.
Madam Chair, we appreciate WHO for preparing document on mental health preparedness and response for public health emergencies. It very well recalls that public health emergencies may be a significant risk factor for mental health problems, and the COVID-19 pandemic has major direct and indirect ramifications for the mental and psychological health of all people. The Islamic Republic of Iran has endorsed the updated Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan 2013 to 2030, with due considerations for plans updated, implementation options and indicators. Regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, we have implemented many exclusive programs to respond to the need of the general population and the populations affected by COVID-19. We have successfully established a 16-hour helpline for providing remote mental health counseling, which has been working non-stop for over a year now. We have also been promoting our services in the primary healthcare, such as suicide prevention, to be able to provide follow-up services for those at risk. Special interventions for survivors of those deceased by the COVID-19 disease and also for those who have recovered from COVID-19 are also two of the main programs provided by the primary healthcare providers in response for the COVID-19 pandemic. We are looking forward to provide updates and reports regarding these programs in the near future. I thank you.
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to Azerbaijan, to be followed by Peru.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, along with a great impact on public health, economic and social sectors, COVID-19 pandemic had negative consequences for mental health and psychological well-being, which have been observed at both population and individual levels. Therefore, mental health services encountered new challenges, such as severe stress in people at risk with COVID-19, grief in families who have lost their members, maladjustment in population affected by lockdown, burnout in COVID hospital staff. In addition, people with mental disorders experienced certain problems in getting access to inpatient and outpatient care. At the same time, the Ministry of Health has implemented specific measures to address mental health problems accompanied by the pandemic. These measures include campaigning to increase awareness on psychosocial issues associated with COVID-19, providing emergency psychological and psychiatric counseling for people treated in COVID-19 facilities, training on psychological first aid and stress management for staff working in COVID-19 hospitals. Also, it should be noted the opportunities of modern technologies such as telemedicine, which increase access to quality and affordable care for people with mental health problems in the period of pandemic. We fully support actions and efforts made by WHO. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to Peru, to be followed by Cuba.
Presidente, el Perú valora muy especialmente la inclusión del tema de salud mental en la agenda
of the subject of mental health in the agenda of this assembly, which highlights the need to have visibility and to provide greater attention to this subject on the global health agenda. If before the pandemic it was considered that there were almost 1 billion people with some form of mental health disorder in the planet, the situation has worsened with the effects of the health crisis, the lockdown measures, the contamination, the deaths, and the care of seriously ill people in intensive care, which has led to the largest diversity of psychological reactions in human beings, which can include anxiety, fear, panic, concern, despair, stress, depression, and many other conditions. So in the same way, the pandemic has provoked new needs and has magnified the vulnerabilities and inequalities that already existed. And this had led to a greater risk of violence, including children and women. This violence leads to many precocious consequences which are acute and permanent for physical health and for mental health. The risk behaviors and quality of life in general, including mental health issues, bodily injuries, deficiencies, and deaths. In Peru, public policy for mental health starts from the premise that mental health is a key factor for social inclusion and full participation in the community. In the interventions carried out by the state, we prioritize a community approach and we protect and respect the rights of the people, whilst recognizing that everyone has the right to enjoy the highest possible level of mental health. In the face of the COVID-19 health emergency, we have incorporated telephone consultation lines to stop the treatment of those affected by mental health from having their treatment completed, and we've provided emotional support to the population and to healthcare personnel. At the same time, we are continuing to strengthen community mental health centers as the central basis for the networks for mental health. And we've continued to provide this throughout the crisis in a virtual format. Let's continue working intensely for the mental health of our populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. I now give the floor to Cuba, to be followed by Bahrain.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on mental health are varied, and they affect personal, family, community and institutions, and they affect the ability to function in everyday life. At each level, the impact has various and different impacts. So the experience that we have acquired shows that mental health should not be limited to just improving and enlarging services, but we also need to deploy a vision to a much wider range of skills. We need to work on psychosocial recovery in the medium and long term. So Cuba has developed a psychosocial and mental health program which looks at 3 areas: before, during and after. When we look at the population, which may seem apparently healthy, we can also look at people who are in hospital and healthcare workers. These, indeed, the healthcare workers are exposed to greater stress through their work. So these have all seen that they've been affected by dealing with the pandemic. And these can lead not just to temporary disorders, but long-term impacts on their health. So protecting the mental health of healthcare workers has been a priority to ensure that the pandemic has no long-term effect. We've been working in an intersectoral and multidisciplinary way for the national plan to ensure that we respond effectively to the pandemic. And we've been working on defining the risks and looking at the way in which we can deal with this in a preventive, emotional approach. We've been applying this to the different areas of the healthcare system in Cuba, in particular in the primary healthcare service, to ensure that we consider the mental health of the Cuban population. Your Excellencies, we support the decision to increase mental health services in countries because this is important not only for and that we need to work on that on the 2013 to 2030 program. We support the proposal and we highlight the importance of this to ensure that we share knowledge and experience so that we can confront this pandemic and the secondary impact on mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. I now give the floor to Vardhan, to be followed by Gabon. Bahrain, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, we'd like to thank the Director General for the report on what has been done by the organization in response to COVID-19 and the support to the efforts of all countries at all levels. We believe that the response and preparation for emergencies is not simple, in particular when it comes to epidemics and pandemics. So that is why we think we need to intensify efforts to face up to future epidemics and to improve communication. COVID-19 has had repercussions on mental health, and there will still be repercussions to come that we do not yet know, in particular when it comes to the death of loved ones and the news and rumors that have been propagated around COVID-19. In the area of healthcare, the workers and frontline workers in particular have been exhausted. And then we also have to think about isolation and social distancing, which have had harmful effects, and children have also been affected in not having access to leisure activities. We have increased the potential to respond, and this is extremely important for the post-pandemic period so that we can build stronger communities. And we agree with the draft decision, and we also need to prepare social activities which will assist people and raise awareness, be it for children, adolescents, and young people, so that they can emerge from this difficult period of isolation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahrain. I now give the floor to Gabon, to be followed by Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Our declaration refers to item 17. We align ourselves with the declaration made for the 47 member states of the African region, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat for the various reports presented. Chair, the experience of COVID-19 has shown that in order to fight efficiently against this pandemic and against future emergency situations, we need to ensure that we have access to treatment, to diagnostic materials, and international coordination in terms of preparation and fighting pandemics, which put countries at the center of the preparation, so that global health security can only take place in an inclusive approach. Sufficient, foreseeable and sustainable finance is essential for the implementation of the IHR. And we need to have capacity building and preparation and detection measures to ensure that we have resilient healthcare systems and can respond to healthcare emergencies. In addition, to strengthen the implementation of the IHR, we need to ensure that we look at the potential for drawing up a convention, an agreement, or another international instrument on response to pandemics, which would add to the provisions of the international health regulations. So my delegation is in favor of said resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon. I now give the floor to Zimbabwe, to be followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Zimbabwe aligns its statement to the one delivered by Zambia on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO Africa region. We wish to begin by thanking the Secretariat for the reports. Chair, the evaluations of the COVID-19 response noted that the world was caught unprepared for the pandemic. The foregoing underlines the need for strengthening global preparedness to effectively prevent and respond to any outbreaks. We believe that the key elements in preparedness include having capacities at country level, including resilient health systems that are able to effectively prevent as well as to respond in a timeous manner. Regarding the international health regulations, there is need to increase support for and to strengthen core capacities, including the need for surveillance and monitoring. We note the resolution on strengthening WHO preparedness, which has been tabled by the European Union, and thank them for their efforts in leading this process. Regarding mental health, we concur that it is a crucial element in public health emergencies, preparedness and response. As a country, we developed a national framework for COVID-19 mental health and psychological support response. The framework enabled us to train and build capacities of nursing staff, community health workers, and responders, thereby increasing access to psychological support. We thank the WHO and partners for their work in Zimbabwe, including assistance in the development of a national framework for the mental health and psychological support response. Going forward, we recommend the strengthening of capacities in countries, including through the establishment of a protocol-based and nurse-led mental health program, utilizing simple treatment guidelines and flowcharts to assist the primary care nurses and community workers to screen, diagnose, and treat mental health patients. In conclusion, Zimbabwe welcomes the decision on promoting mental health preparedness and response for public health emergencies and supports its adoption. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I now give the floor to South Africa, to be followed by Serbia.
Chairperson, South Africa's intervention is in relation to agenda item number 18, which deals with mental health preparedness for and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. South Africa would like to thank the Secretariat for the work that has been done and is presented here today. Allow me to quote the Director General, Dr. Tedros, in a speech he made in October 2020, in which he said, I quote, "Good mental health is absolutely fundamental to overall health and well-being, and that COVID-19 has interrupted the special mental health services around the world just when they are needed the most," close quote. There are a number of ways in which the COVID-19 pandemic has influenced the mental health of the South African population. First, there is the direct anxiety precipitated by a high infectious and potentially life-threatening illness. In addition to this, there are a number of social and economic consequences of COVID-19 which carry serious mental health implications. In our region, the economic fallout associated with the pandemic has led to increased poverty, job losses, insecurity. Epidemiological research shows clearly that times of economic recession associated with poverty and unemployment are strongly associated with an increase in suicide behavior, depression, anxiety, and substance use disorders. Furthermore, social isolation caused by the lockdown undermined or eroded social support and social capital, which are strongly associated with protection against depression and anxiety. The increased strain on an already stretched healthcare system in South Africa led to less healthcare resources for other conditions, and particularly mental health conditions and the disruption of existing services. Before COVID-19, South Africa faced considerable challenges in responding to the significant health, economic, and human capital costs of mental health challenges. As a result, the health system experienced strain during the country's pandemic peaks. In South Africa, an explicit pledge to transform mental health services was outlined in the South African National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan 2013 to 2020. This policy framework and plan, which is currently under review, had been aligned to the World Health Organization Comprehensive Mental Health Plan 2013 to 2020. In pursuit of universal health coverage, financial protection, and health system efficiency, the South African government has committed to the phased implementation of the National Health Insurance. While South Africa is one of the countries with good and progressive mental health legislation and policy, a number of reports indicate that there are challenges at implementation level. The challenges that have been identified mainly concern poor access to and poor quality of mental health services, non-compliance with legislative prescriptions, and continued over-reliance on psychiatric hospitals as a main mode of care, treatment, and rehabilitation. Once again, South Africa will have an advantage to align its own mental health policy and plan with the Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan 2013 to 2030, which is under consideration at this assembly, given the need to support recovery from COVID-19. This crisis, we think, provides us with an opportunity to build back better using a public mental health approach. In doing so, Chairperson, we believe that it is vital that we protect and promote the mental health of people, particularly those who are most vulnerable. The 2018 Lassen Commission on Global Mental
My
Health.
apologies, South Africa, but your time has elapsed. I now give the floor to Serbia, to be followed by Vietnam.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we are taking the floor in connection with the agenda item 17.3, document A74/A/conf/7. Due to technical difficulties, we were able to send our email of support and co-sponsorship to the draft resolution of the WHA special session only after the deadline. Therefore, Serbia, as original signatory of the initiative to adopt the pandemic treaty, would like to announce its co-sponsorship with this intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Serbia. I now give the floor to Vietnam, to be followed by Thailand.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam is pleased to acknowledge the report which highlights again and is still identified in COVID-19 preparedness and response, the importance of the WHO's role in public health emergency, IHM mechanism, and work by the emergency committee. Vietnam highly appreciates the WHO's leadership and efforts in supporting global pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, as well as the World Health Emergency Program's role and responsibility in response to various infectious disease outbreaks and public health emergency. In the past year, and also in the ongoing global response to COVID-19 pandemic, WHO has been providing support to Vietnam in building and continuous strengthening national capacity for managing disease outbreaks and public health emergency in compliance with the IHR requirement. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, Vietnam has made swift and timely decisions and implemented necessary public health measures to effectively control COVID-19. Currently, Vietnam is facing a new wave of COVID-19 cases, which is evolving in a fast-paced and more complex in nature compared to the previous one. Despite it, Vietnam has once again been making strong efforts in suppressing the outbreaks while maintaining socio-economic stability and ensuring national health security. We are now accelerating active and consolidated measures of surveillance, laboratory testing, contact tracing, quarantine and isolation, case management, vaccination, along with strategic risk communication, with the goal to achieve dual objective of economic development and epidemic control and moving towards a safe coexistence with COVID-19. Vietnam's current success in managing COVID-19 is also attributed to a long-term investment in health security through building core capacity of IHR as guided by the ASET 3 lesson learned from COVID-19 outbreak helped Vietnam to recognize the importance of continued strengthening health system capacity at national and subnational level to address any public health events in compliance with the IHR and following the ASET 3 focus area. The COVID-19 pandemic has proven that notification and verification of COVID-19 cases and sharing information and outbreak situation among member states through the IHR mechanism are important as an official channel to inform countries' timely decision making and to implement public health measures in case detection, contact tracing and response. In this regard, Vietnam continues to implement various monitoring and evaluation activities such as IHR's third-party self-assessment annual report, intra or after action review, and we do appreciate WHO technical guidance in this process. Finally, Vietnam is committed to continue strengthening the national health system capacity and take full responsibility as an active member state, working hand in hand with WHO, international development partner, and other member states, sharing commitment and supporting other countries in the fight against COVID-19 and in other commitments towards global health security. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Vietnam. I now give the floor to Thailand, to be followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand would like to underscore the following issue. First, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed that we have not invested enough in developing robust public health emergency system and strengthening a network of national IHR focal point. If the public health emergency system and the network of IHR focal point are not strong enough, they can reflect to insufficient ability to detect, assess, report, and respond to public health events. We request the WHE program to take the concrete action to ensure the adequate, flexible, and sustainable public health emergency response. This requires a whole of government engagement, coordination across sectors, political commitment, and the involvement of public and private partnership. Second, information for action is critical, especially the epidemiological, clinical, and laboratory data. We reiterate our strong commitment to share and join hands in strengthening the global pandemic preparedness and response. Third, Thailand expressed our commitment to co-sponsor the decision on modality on the treaty and fully supported conducting the special session to discuss the benefit of pandemic treaty on November 2021 because this international instrument will strengthen the coherence of multi-sectorality and the IHR and create a legally binding prevention for future pandemics. Share, promoting the implementation of mental health during the pandemic is overarching as well. Thailand align ourselves with the ROV statement delivered by the Bangladesh, highlighting on the importance of mental health. And we request the WHO to embrace and systematically integrate mental health into all aspects of the work for a long-term capacity to address mental health impact beyond the pandemic period. Lastly, we support the resolution on the visual preparedness and response to health emergency, as well as we call all members in supporting this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thailand. I now give the floor to Colombia, to be followed by Egypt.
Thank you, moderator. I would like, first of all, to refer to the report on preparation and response to mental health issues in the COVID-19 pandemic. For our country, this subject is ever more relevant in the current situation and within the framework of WHO activities. In Colombia, mental health and prevention and care for those who consume psychoactive substances are significant, and it's one of the 10 priorities for public health, where we are working with people at risk or with problematic consumption of psychoactive substances in order to reduce the rate of suicide intention by 5% a year. It's a priority that's reflected in the approval of the public policy for mental health. And we are also promoting the strengthening in the social environments with the development of individual and collective capacity to deal with the impact of problems and disorders of a mental nature and related to the consumption of psychoactive substances. And we are currently working on updating the 2013 to 2020 action plan for mental health, which in the context of the pandemic, we need to have an evaluation of the achievements and challenges of the plan and build a new plan based on the information generated. We call on the World Health Organization to support our countries in the implementation of strategies and projects in the area of mental health, which contribute to strengthen the response given the current situation and to help mitigate the increase in impact within our countries. Madam Chair, we would like to refer to the work of the WHO in health emergencies. We recognize the efforts of the organization in dealing with the challenges of the various scenario, and it's undoubted that the need to strengthen the work is still there. We are convinced that the implementation of this resolution will be fundamental to advance progress in dealing with the challenges that have emerged in the area of prevention and in the preparation and response to emergency situations, so that we increase capacity and resilience of health systems. In particular, the role of the working group of member states will be key to advance the implementation of the recommendations in the reports presented by the committees and the independent panel. So we would like to manifest our availability to progress the future dialogues and the building of strategies for the strengthening of the organization in its response to emergencies. We'd like to highlight 3 messages. A rapid response needs a WHO which coordinates within the framework of the United Nations with normative, technical and financial capacities, and we must continue to prioritize our efforts so that we can have a full implementation and execution on a national and global level. Every initiative should be in line with strengthening of the IHR and must be complementary and not parallel to the current standards that exist. We recognize the results of the work carried out and facilitated by the group of Friends of the Treaty, and we believe that this decision allowed for an adequate balance between the various positions and will allow for analysis and discussion in greater depth on the benefits of a potential international instrument to respond to pandemics. Nevertheless, the contributions and recommendations
now elapsed. I now give the floor to Egypt, to be followed by Portugal for their national statement.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. Egypt is in agreement with the implementation of a global treaty for the preparation and response to pandemics and the need to strengthen national, regional and global capacities, we are in agreement with the call for global efforts from all countries. We must work towards peaceful cooperation, and this even following the pandemic of COVID-19. This treaty recognizes the principles set out in the constitution of the WHO, the right to health for all, and this simply strengthens and reinforces the need to respect this. This treaty would be a framework for global cooperation on a regional or international level, and in terms of access to treatments, diagnosis and other services. We are in favor of such a treaty because it will strengthen international cooperation. Now, in terms of the proposals by the European Union, which would support the WHO's response, we believe that the COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on an economic and social level, and so it is essential that we work together to strengthen international public health. We can see that the WHO is a leader and coordinator for health on a global level. So it's very important to have multilateral cooperation. We require a UN organization which works efficiently in emergency situations. When it comes to the UNGA's decision on international cooperation in the fight against COVID, and for the global access to vaccines and other treatments against the pandemic, we reaffirm these principles and the role of the WHO in terms of coordination. Egypt supports the draft decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. I now give the floor to Portugal for their national statement, to be followed by the Maldives.
Thank you, Madam.
Chair, Excellencies, I have the honor to address the 74th World Health Assembly on behalf of Portugal. We align ourselves with the previous statement made by the European Union. Over the past months, we warmly watched how the pandemic triggered a global mental health and human rights emergency. The harmful impact of the COVID-19 pandemic should not be only measured by the mortality and morbidity caused by the disease itself, but also by its indirect effects, namely the impact on people's mental health across countries and communities. We recognize the seriousness of this situation, particularly in young people, with countries reporting up to 40% of adults struggling with mental health conditions, 4 times higher than before the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, the risk of depression is increasing as long as this pandemic lasts. We also acknowledge the complexity in dealing with simultaneous threats and health emergencies worldwide, and defend the continuous improvement of timely, accurate, and quality global health surveillance that moves beyond disease reporting to include warnings and signals of a range of determinants that might be acted upon proactively and preventively. Chair, we welcome the launch on June 10th of the WHO guidance on person-centered, right-based community mental health services, and we congratulate WHO in leading this work and producing much-needed orientations for low, middle, and high-income countries alike. This represents a landmark in supporting mental health efforts, ensuring that we build forward better in the aftermath of this pandemic. We urge Member States to use this guidance to advance mental health reforms, with a focus on prevention strategies, psychosocial support, and community-based services that promote and respect human rights and fight stigma and stereotypes. These values should be included in national and global preparedness and response plans, in which mental health must be recognized as a cornerstone. There is no health without mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. I now give the floor to the Maldives.
The Maldives.
Thank you.
Maldives, you now have the floor. Maldives, can you kindly begin your statement from the beginning and come closer to the microphone so we can capture the sound?
Just a minute, my friend. Madhupura. Then I get Puri Manipura. Then go to the Mukura. Technical comments. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Maldives. I understand that there are no further requests from Member States for the floor. I give the floor back to our Chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Delegates, we have almost finished the agenda items assigned to Committee A. But it is now time to close the meeting, so we will suspend the discussion on agenda items 17 and 18. If you have your hand raised and have not yet taken the floor, you will need to raise it again once we reopen the items. Could the moderator please read the list of member state or non-state actors that they hand raised?
Thank you. We have Maldives, who has not yet given their intervention, but is experiencing technical difficulties.
Thank you. I propose that when we resume on Monday morning, we complete our consideration of items 17 and 18, World Health Organization's work in health emergencies, and strengthening preparedness for health emergencies and mental health preparedness of and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Please refer to the daily journal for full details. I wish you all a nice rest of the weekend. This meeting is now closed.